We are live in sunny Southern California, where the race for the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Championship is separated by 17 points and 500 miles. It's a battle that was tightened 2 weeks ago on the streets of Baltimore with a desperate win.
Things are hot in Baltimore. Ryan Hunter-Reay makes the most of this day, keeps the championship alive. We're going to win this thing.
I knew it would be a day like this. It never comes easy, ever.
And there is the points leader, Will Power of Australia, moments ago as he arrived at the final drivers' meeting of the year with a big assignment ahead of him tonight. And the other championship contender is Ryan Hunter-Reay, as he tries to win his very first championship and take one for the United States. Welcome to IndyCar Central on the NBC Sports Network, presented by Verizon. And we are about 1 hour away from the command to start engines and get this event underway, the finale for the 2012 season. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. Welcome to a very hot Southern California. We're located in Fontana, California, which is about 50 miles east of Los Angeles Auto Club Speedway. We will crown a champion tonight, and it will be a first-time champion. Now, Will Power has been in this position a couple of years ago, as he has finished second to Dario Franchitti the last 2 years. However, Ryan Hunter-Reay has never been in this position to win a championship. As a matter of fact, the best he has ever finished in the points position has been a 7th, and he has done that for the last on two different occasions. With more now, here is Marty Snyder.
Well, Bob, for Will Power, it really has been a flawless weekend. That is, until the final practice, when this team was just 23rd fastest with a car that Will said just would not turn in the corners. So what they've done here on the primary car is they've gone back to Wednesday's setup when they were one of the fastest and most consistent cars here in Fontana. But let me show you how prepared this team is to win the championship. The backup car completely dismantled. Everything from the engine back, ready to go on the car should anything happen tonight. Also front end pieces ready to go on the car. Anything to win this championship. All weekend long, they have had a little bit of a speed edge over Ryan Hunter-Reay. They're hoping to keep their championship edge as well. Now, our buddy Townsend Bell's off racing this weekend, so my friend Chris Neville joins me on pit road. Chris.
Hey, Marty. Great to be back with you this week. What a great week it is. And on a championship week, you want everything to go perfect. However, it hasn't gone that way for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Wednesday in practice, he went hard into the wall in turns 1 and 2, damaged that car, and the team said it definitely spooked him, and he just has not found a comfortable setup in the 28 all week. Even after practice last night, he still was not comfortable in this car. Andretti Autosports said they came into this race with 2 goals: sign Ryan Hunter-Reay to a contract extension and also win this championship. Last night they announced he'll be with the team for 2 more years. Now it's on to winning this championship. Up.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome to the team. Now, here is the starting lineup for tonight's race. Marco Andretti will begin from pole, and Ryan Briscoe will start alongside. This does not reflect how they actually qualified, because a total of 14 drivers took the grid penalty for changing engines, including the 2 title contenders. Will Power will begin from 13th position, and Ryan Hunter-Reay will start way back in 22nd position out of the 26-car starting field. Now, here's how the points are distributed. The winner gets 50, 10 less for second, and 5 less than that for third position. The bottom line, Will needs to keep Ryan in sight, and Ryan has to put as many positions as possible between him and Will. And another factor for tonight's race, Will Power will be pitting just ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay. Well, Ryan, of course, had the championship contention continued in Baltimore as he drove to an outstanding victory nearly 2 weeks ago.
Downtown Baltimore. Green flag is out. Wow, look at Power. Full course caution, and the pits are open. But Ryan Hunter-Reay stays out, and he'll take the lead.
Green.
He is ready. All his 4 teammates will go side by side. James Jakes has stuffed at the tire barrier. Got some great starts here so far. Wow! Sensational! Holy crap, he came out of nowhere. The chicane has bitten again. Back to green flag racing. Oh! Ryan Hunter Hunter Ray gets bounced around. Hunter Ray is going to take the opportunity to tip.
Stand on it. We just beat Cardinal out.
Power is pulling away at the front, and that's not what Ryan Hunter Ray wants. He's got to move forward.
The gap they're looking for is about 20 seconds. If they can hit pit road and then beat Ryan Hunter Ray out.
More left. Pit lane, guys. Pit lane.
Oh, here he comes.
Power's in.
Not going to be enough.
Ryan Briscoe, a couple of laps short on fuel, and they will have no push to pass.
Beat the passion those guys. They might help us out.
Ryan Hunter Ray needs to time this restart perfectly.
He did. He just leaves him in the dust. Oh, how did he make it?
Ryan Hunter Ray keeps the championship alive. Ryan Hunter Ray wins in Baltimore.
That was the drive of the year.
The only thing I was doing today was winning, or else I was ending up in the wall.
So here are the top 10 in points entering the final race. Besides the championship battle, only 1 point separates third and fourth, and many other positions could change within the top 10. Since Mid-Ohio a month ago, Ryan Briscoe has moved from 9th to 6th in the points, and he joins Kevin Lee on stage in the Fan Village.
Thank you, Bob. We've brought a few friends here with us as well. This is where everything happens before the race, and we've got the trophy that everybody is shooting for tonight, specifically 2 drivers, Ryan Hunter Ray and Will Power. It's nearly 100 years old. It's the Astor Cup, but Ryan Briscoe is maybe the hottest driver in IndyCar right now. A win and a runner-up finish. I know the season didn't go the way you wanted it to. Goal is always the championship. But you've had a lot of pace throughout the season, including a pole in Indianapolis. How do you assess this season?
Yeah, you know, the season's been strong. Like, we've had speed from the first race at St. Pete, where we qualified second and, finished as the first car on a 3-stop strategy in 5th. But had a lot of bad luck throughout the middle part of the season and didn't get the points we needed to be a contender in the championship. And it's been good, though, to finish strong. The last few races have been phenomenal with the win in Sonoma. The near win in Baltimore, where we came second, and starting on the front row again here in Fontana. So it's been good. I feel like we've had the pace, and we're really close to 5th in the points. So that'd be certainly a good place to be going into the off season.
And that pays some extra money to the team as well. You've had good success this year on the ovals, a podium at Texas, 5th in Indianapolis. What do you expect here tonight?
It's going to be tough. It's so hot. We're starting in the daylight, with the track temperatures up around 130 to 140 degrees, and there are heaps of seams around the track, and those seams in this heat are just really slippery. As the sun comes down, it's going to be after about the second pit stop, 45 minutes in, the sun will be shading the track, and I think a lot of cars that you might count out early in the race are going to come to life. And so I think it's going to take a lot of patience early on, sun in your eyes. It's going to be really difficult, that first part, but stay in the game, try to be on the lead lap, and it's going to be a big shootout at the end.
You're going to run your race, you're going to try to get another win, but you'd also like your teammate to win the championship. How can you help once the race starts?
The first thing I need to do is be there at the end. Yep. and be a contender. So right now, I'm going into the race. I'm a Team Penske driver. I'm not approaching the race in any other way than I normally would, and I've got my own goals. But certainly later in the race, the number one goal for tonight is for Will to win the championship, and I certainly won't be getting in his way of that, and hopefully he can win and I can be 5th in the points as well.
Good luck tonight. Thanks for coming over.
Thank you very much.
That's Ryan Briscoe from Team Penske. Izod collars coming up tonight. He's going to start second, right next to our pole sitter, Marco Andretti, who is with Chris Neville.
And Kevin, Marco Andretti grabbed that pole with a 2-lap average of 216 miles an hour at Indianapolis this year. He was very fast, led 59 laps, but that was a very different 500-mile race. We race into the night tonight. How much is this track going to change in the evening hours?
A lot, man. I mean, it's going to cool off, and the cars are going to pick up a lot of front grip. So I think it's going to be what I always call the battle of the back ends. Whoever doesn't go loose is going to be looking good. I think the RC guys we're all pumped to be starting up front, but it is a 500-mile race, as you say, and I doubt we're going to lead the whole thing. It'd be nice, but I'm prepared to fight like anybody else.
You get a teammate who's trying to win this championship. Is there anything you can do to help him?
Well, the only thing I could do is already done. I mean, he could take parts of my setup and stuff like that, and who knows, if he goes against my setup, might be a good thing tonight. We don't know yet, but the only thing I can do is stay out of their way. I mean, I'm racing for myself in RC Cola. I'm trying to win, and for my fans as well. But at the same time, I'm not going to interfere. I'm not going to get in the way of either one of them.
Good luck tonight. Kevin?
All right, thank you, Chris. Still plenty more to come, including a visit with both of our championship contenders, and we're going to review the season and talk about driver destinations. Wally, Jan, and Robin coming up next.
IndyCar Central on NBC Sports Network is presented by Verizon, official wireless partner of the IZOD IndyCar Series.
Welcome back to Fontana, race number 15 of 15, wrapping up the season, and there's a montage of our winners this season. All 14 different winners. Actually, there have been 7 different winners. 4 by Ryan Hunter-Reay, 3 by Will Power. They are our 2 championship contenders heading into the finale. Hunter-Reay with 3 straight mid-season, and came up with another win at Baltimore last week to keep his championship hopes alive. Thanks for joining us again. It's very hot. It's triple digits hot here in Fontana. It'll cool down a little bit by the time we get to the midpoint of this race, but it's still going to be warm, and it's going to be exciting. I'm Kevin Lee, and we have our analyst from the booth, Wally Dallenbach, Jan Beekes, and our IndyCar insider, Robin Miller, with us here as well. As we finish up the season, I think one of the key discussion points this season has been the great racing. I think all of us agree. Great on ovals, best Indianapolis 500 in a while, and also good on road and street courses. Why, though, Jan, and what are the chances that continues next year?
Well, there's a few different reasons, but I think one of the primary reasons was tires. I thought that one of the first races we all did together was Barber Motorsports Park, and it was great because the tires didn't last the whole stint. They started to degrade. So, Wally, what that means, of course, is then it puts the drivers back behind, trying to keep that going, trying to stay on top of the car as those tires start to wear. And I think that has the case for Texas. Yes, they took away some downforce at Texas, but then the tires started to wear about halfway through a stint. You're slipping and sliding, and boy, in these temperatures, we're going to see some of that tonight.
Yeah, these guys are going to be earning their money tonight. And the thing about this racetrack is that it's very slippery, it's very bumpy, it's very weather and temperature sensitive. So what we're going to see tonight is the in-car camera stuff should be spectacular because these guys got their hands full. There's different lines. You'll see guys running different lines here. And I'm telling you what, I can't wait till this race starts because I think it's what we've been looking for. It's to take some downforce out of these cars, make these guys drive these race cars, and I think it's going to be a great show.
Robin, let's talk about now what's happening after this season. A lot of big-name drivers are free agents. The first domino fell last night when Ryan Hunter-Reay agreed to a 2-year extension to stay with Andretti Autosport. You reported that he had an offer with Team Penske. Nobody turns down Team Penske, but he did.
First guy I remember turning down Team Penske, Kevin. Here's the deal. Now what happens? Does Briscoe get a chance to go back? Do they go after Justin Wilson or Sebastian Bourdais? Everybody says those 2 guys, if they ever got in a red car, it'd be tough to beat. We know that. Graham Rahaal's going to drive for his dad. Rubens Barrichello is in the process of putting a deal together to drive for Sam Schmidt, become teammates with Simon Pagenaud. Then you think about Takuma Sato. Where's he going to go? Not sure. We hear E.J. Viso may start his own team. We also hear Tony Kanaan and Ed Carpenter might be teammates if KV teams up with Ed Carpenter. So Brian Herta's looking at people. A.J. Allmendinger's walking around trying to get it right. A.J. Foyt's got a seat open that 2 or 3 guys want to have, including Allmendinger. So I think this is going to be one of the most interesting off seasons because there's so much talent walking around that's not secured yet.
I like your chair down there. It looks like you're in the little kid chair. Who's that up? You're as tall as we are. All right, what do you make of his decision, Wally? You have an opportunity, reportedly, to go to Team Penske. Do you turn that down?
Well, I think the reason he didn't turn it down is his loyalty to Michael. I think he was in a situation where he didn't have his career wasn't going, and Michael really saved his career. And I think there's some loyalty there where you don't see that very often in motorsports anymore. And I think in his heart he felt like, you know what, these guys gave me a chance. I've got a good sponsor. I've got a shot at the championship. And I think that was more of it. I do agree that if you're going to win the Indy 500, that, you know, you should be sitting in a Penske car. But I think that's the reason he did it was just loyalty for the Andretti's.
Wally, this is our first big oval since Texas. There were concerns there. It went well, though. Looks like they found a good package, but there's still some concerns by drivers coming into this weekend. Mike Conway, after testing here on Wednesday, stepped out of the car and said, I'm done. I'm not going to drive ovals anymore. EJ Viso was talking yesterday, if they don't change the downforce and add more, he may not drive tonight. Just the mindset of a driver coming in to a racetrack like this.
Well, first of all, if you don't have to worry about making a mortgage payment or a car payment or putting food on the table, you have that option. And I think today, the sport's a little bit different. I think these guys are in a situation where I understand, Mike doesn't have to do this. He does it because he loves it. I understand and respect his decision. But as a race car driver, that's what a lot of us thrived on. We thrive on pushing that envelope, scaring ourselves to death every single lap. That's what makes a race car driver feel alive. So I think this is the type of race where the real racer tonight, they're going to shine and they're going to love it.
Jan, what do you take from this kind of a situation? You drove on these big ovals too.
Well, I take from the situation is that even though the speeds are slower, it's just as hairy. So there are people that, yes, they don't necessarily feel comfortable, and you and I are of a similar make saying, maybe they shouldn't be in there if they're in that position. But I think we shouldn't underplay the fact that just because they're going 215 miles an hour at that low downforce level, it is a thrill ride, and it takes big-time driver skill, and we're going to see it tonight.
All right, thank you guys. We'll hear from you two in the booth in a little bit, and we'll have more from Robin on pit lane throughout the evening. Well, the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan car of Takuma Sato has a special decal tonight honoring their longtime COO, Scott Remke. The IndyCar community lost a member of its family last Sunday when Scott passed away in a Cleveland hospital. Scott had been dealing with health issues for the last few years. He was an Indianapolis native who had a lifelong passion for the Indianapolis 500 and realized a dream by being a major part of 2 Indianapolis 500 winning teams. He was also one of the great resources in the paddock for perspective and insight. His knowledge of the history of the 500 was also vast, and he was the proud owner of a set of the original Gasoline Alley garage doors for Bill Vukovich. Scott Remke was 51. He will be missed.
For the final stint, it was all Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, his second win in Milwaukee.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, what's your lead in Iowa? You'll see the twin checkers for the second straight week.
Ryan Hunter-Reay wins the Iowa Corn Indy 250.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, he will take over the championship lead by 34 points.
That was awesome. 3 in a row. I don't even know what to think about this.
Downtown Baltimore.
Ryan Hunter-Reay needs to time this restart perfectly.
Oh, he did. He did. He just leaves him in the dust. Oh, how did he make it?
Ryan Hunter-Reay keeps the championship alive. Ryan Hunter-Reay wins in Baltimore.
That was the drive of the year.
The only thing I was doing today was winning, or else I was ending up in the wall.
Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway, about an hour east of Los Angeles for the IndyCar finale. Thanks for staying with us. IndyCar Central is presented by Verizon. I'm Kevin Lee. Well, Ryan Hunter-Reay is trying to become the first American to win an IndyCar title since 2006 and to join these types of names. Look at them. Foyt, Andretti, Ted Horn. There's Hornish, who won it 3 different times. Rick Mears, and several others. Well, Ryan Hunter-Reay also wasn't likely on the list of most people's preseason championship picks. He had never finished higher than 7th in the season points, despite being highly regarded throughout his career. And he also won as a kart rookie in 2003, but he's been with 7 different teams and was without an IndyCar ride from late 2005 until mid-2007. But he's found stability in 3 seasons with Andretti Autosport, and his run at potential championship has been up and down, though, this season. He had a chance at a podium at Long Beach early in the season before he was penalized for contact with Takuma Sato. After 7 races, he was 7th in the championship, but then things started to turn around mid-season at Milwaukee. This was the first of 3 consecutive wins that moved him to the front of the championship and a 34-point lead. After an engine failure in Mid-Ohio, he was still within close range of power and was headed to a podium at Sonoma when he was taken out by Alex Tagliani. So then he was 37 back and had to win at Baltimore, and he did. Now he's got a chance at a title today. Ryan Hunter-Reay trying to become the first American to do it since 2006, and he's with Chris Neville.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay on the cusp of probably one of the biggest nights of his career. He's won championships before. In fact, he's still in there working on his helmet right now, trying to get ready for this race. Ryan, do you approach this race any different than any other race?
Well, sure you do, because there's a sunset. That's what I'm trying to go through right now, getting my helmet ready for it, just trying to get the tear-off sequence right. And this place it's a big deal for the tear-offs. I mean, you go through them so quick. So, anyway, that's what I'm taking care of in there. But, no, it's a 500-mile race, and we've won half the ovals this year, and hopefully we can apply that today. I mean, we really do have a great team. We have a great setup that we've worked on. The car hasn't been so nice this weekend, but we're throwing everything at it tonight, and this is a setup we're starting with that I don't really know, but we're hoping that it works, and it definitely could. It's coming from kind of a conglomeration of the teammates there. So.
Yeah, that setup, it just doesn't seem like you've been comfortable in the car all week. Did you take anything off Marco's car?
We actually took more off of James' car and a little bit of what we had, and we're kind of mixing it together. And it's a direction that we found last night at the last practice within the last 5 minutes, and we actually started moving forward. So hopefully we can apply that, go out there and get a win for Sundrop DHL, and the championship's on the line. We're the ones doing the hunting, and that's definitely the way I'd like to be.
How are you dealing with the pressure?
Everything's great. I just want to get on with the race. We've been talking about it for so long. We just need to go out and do it Baltimore again. We need to do what we did last weekend.
Ryan Hunter-Reay starting 22nd.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go to make his way through the field, but 500 miles to do it. So we should see something impressive coming up. Marty Snyder is now with his owner, Michael Andretti.
Indeed, the man who just signed Ryan Hunter-Reay to a multi-year contract extension. So let's talk about the contract first before we talk about the championship stuff. Was there a sense of urgency, Michael, to get it done this weekend before the championship race?
Well, it was nice to get it done before, for sure, and it came down, getting the sponsor situation settled before we could sign him. But, there was never a question in my mind that, he was the guy that was going to be driving for us. And, I'm hoping he drives here for many, many years.
So at no point in the negotiations were you worried that he might be gone?
No, I felt, talking to him, this is where he wants to be. He knows everybody loves him here on the team, and he feels at home, and he knows we can win races together. So
let's talk about championship. You've certainly been here before, won championship as a driver. What did you advise him on how to approach this championship race?
Well, this race especially is going to be a crazy one. So, we told him it's probably not going to be a lot of fun out there, especially the first half of the race. So it's more going to be a race of survival the first half, and if we make it through that, then we got a shot at winning this thing. So it's all about staying cool the first part of the race.
You nervous at all?
Yeah, you're always nervous with this stuff. The butterflies are there. I want to get this thing going.
Absolutely wants to get it going. And we'll remind you, the last time we were here in Fontana, Michael Andretti's car won. I'm sure I know which one he would want to win tonight, Kevin.
All right, thank you, Marty. And we are getting closer to getting it going. There will be a new champion this year. Dario Franchitti's reign is going to end. He and his teammate Scott Dixon have won 6 IndyCar titles. We'll hear from them coming up next from Fontana. IndyCar Central is presented by Verizon. It's the season finale, the World Championships for the IZOD IndyCar Series, coming up here tonight at Auto Club Speedway in Fontana. And this is the first IndyCar race since 2005 at this racetrack. IndyCar's first raced here in '97. And Michael Andretti has significant history here, too. In 2002, there's Jimmy Vasser beating Michael in a 500-mile race here. Both now car owners with a total of 7 cars in tonight's race. And then in 2005 as a car owner, Michael's cars finished 1-2 with Dario Franchitti winning and Tony Kanaan finishing second. Well, the racing should be excellent here tonight. If history has been any indication, that 2001 race, 73 lead changes, the most lead changes in IndyCar history. And we show Michigan and their stats, too, because this track is a replica of Michigan International. So we should see a really good one here tonight. Well, there has been intense discussion leading up to this race about finding the ideal level of downforce to produce a safer yet still entertaining race. And that's the subject of tonight's Professor B with Jan Beekes.
After the race at Texas Motor Speedway, there were rave reviews about the aero package. It took away downforce and put the race back in the hands of the driver. And of course, in this case, it was Justin Wilson in his Dale Coyne entry won that event. So they're thinking, well, how do we replicate what we had at Texas at a track like Fontana that's flatter but bumpier? Well, it's looking a little bit like what they had at Indianapolis. On top of the side pods, you have the top side pod deck covers. Inside the rear wheels, you have infills that reduce drag and add some downforce. But the biggest change is what we saw at the Speedway, and that's these rear wheel covers. I call them the Batmobile covers because of their look. But if you compare them to the standard, a pair of these buys you 75 pounds of additional downforce, but you lose 22 pounds of drag. So if you figure for every 10 pounds of drag, that's a mile an hour, means you get over 2 miles an hour of speed and a free 72 pounds of downforce. Now, most of the drivers believe that this Fontana setup might be a little bit on the light side, but don't forget, this race finishes at night. When it gets cooler, the drivers will feel more downforce.
All right, thank you, Jan. Much of tonight's focus will be on the two championship contenders and their teams. But another team, Target Chip Ganassi Racing, is in an unfamiliar position tonight. This will be the first time since 2007 they've not won the title, and the first time since 2005 when they were not in contention for the championship in the final race. But the season has been far from a failure. An Indianapolis 500 win by Dario Franchitti in many ways guaranteed success. And Scott Dixon has 2 wins as well, and he can finish 3rd in the championship.
The greatest spectacle in racing. One to go at the line. Donald Lewis to the inside. Side by side. He hit the wall. Three-time winner at Indianapolis.
Chevrolet Detroit Belle Isle Grand Prix.
Scott Dixon. Right now he's putting on a clinic. These giant pieces of this tar have been ripped up.
We'll have a 13-lap shootout. Scott Dixon has won in grand fashion as he leads all 60 laps.
The Mid-Ohio 200 is underway. Scott Dixon owns this place. Great run today. Victory for Scott Dixon, his 4th here at Mid-Ohio, 29th of his career.
And this duo got to watch all of that highlight package, and I think they enjoyed all of that. And I'm walking around the paddock today hearing a lot of talk about this may be like Indy. A couple guys who didn't maybe qualify so well, but a couple guys who might be the ones to beat for the race. You agree with that, Scott?
I don't know. We'll see. I think we as far as qualifying, the cars were decent. Dario had quite a lot of oversteer, I think.
He said he almost hit the fence.
Yeah, twice. I was watching, and I took my attempt a little more easy. But I think both cars are pretty good. We'll have to see. It's going to be a race maybe of attrition. You really have to focus on trying to get through the first 4 stints here. But fingers crossed, one of the target cars is at the pointy and run checker flag for us.
How different is it, Dario, approaching this race, not being in championship contention, not having the pressure of trying to win the championship? Has it kind of made it fun almost?
It sucks.
Because you need to be in contention to win it, right?
Absolutely. The pressure of being in the championship fight, we've both been against each other quite a lot. And that pressure is tough, but it's awesome. That's why we do it. The whole team is up ready for it. And tonight we're here to win the race, but the championship is gone, and that sucks. So we'll be coming back next year and trying to get another championship for the Target team.
We can let it all hang out. Hey, you and I were talking at Media Day, and you said you wanted to make it to the Paralympics, and we got to see an awesome moment for this sport and anyone who's a fan of athletics. Alex Zanardi be able to win 2 gold medals. What does that mean to you, Dario?
Well, we saw Zanardi together in a Jimmy Vassar, and when I went to Target appearance at the start of the year, and we were trying to get there to watch him. We knew he was going to win it. I mean, he's just such an incredible guy. Nothing he does surprises me, and it was so great for Zanardi. And that the second race, the longer race, he just slipstreamed everybody, pounced them at the finish, and he is one amazing human being, and proud to call him a friend.
Yeah, I was kind of following play-by-play on Twitter that last race. I kind of thought he's laying back. Did you think the same thing or what?
He's obviously very physically good and fast, but he's also a mastermind. And unfortunately, I didn't get to race against him too much. I think just one season, but Dario had a few against him. And I remember going to my first ever race, IndyCar race or Champ Car or CART or whatever it was called back then in '97 when he started towards the back of Vancouver and came through and won the race. And the guy's definitely a legend.
All right, real quick, will you boys be up for a championship prediction? What do you think, Dixie?
I don't know. They're both struggling a bit this weekend. I don't know. To be honest, I feel that Will deserves it more. You know, he's been on top of his game. He's got a lot of poles. He's been very fast, and a lot of the mistakes that have happened throughout the season necessarily haven't been his. So, you know, and he's been fighting for the last 3 championships.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, you've been the guy trying to knock him off the last 3 years.
If he loses this one, we'll have to be on suicide watch tonight, I think. But I think they're both deserving of it. I don't really care which one of them wins it. It will be a good, hard fight. I just wish we were in it.
Yeah. It'll be fun to watch these Target guys trying to come to the front. And I have a feeling they'll be there at the end, Kevin.
All right, thank you, Marty. And there's the car of Will Power, the rocket that he will try to pilot to victory lane, or at least stay in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay and win his first championship tonight. He still has the lead, but it was even bigger going into Baltimore 2 weeks ago, and he had hoped to wrap it up then.
It's raining down the front straightaway. Here we go. You can't even see. Look at the spray. Full course caution. Now everybody's coming in.
Will Power, the very front end of pit road with those rain tires.
Double file restart. Like on ice for those first 6 drivers.
This has to make him hold his breath.
Yeah, I think it's going to be dry really quick. Pit if you want to.
Will Power deciding not to pit. He said, let's stay on the rain tires. Well, now they put the tires back out for Will Power. A little confusion down here for Will Power's team.
Will Power has finally given up the ghost. He's going to have to change.
Will did the best he could on those rain tires. He came in thinking clinch the championship. Now he's thinking just survive this race and make it to Fontana.
Will Power sitting in 8th spot. He has dug himself out of the hole.
They can hit pit road and then beat Ryan Hunter-Reay out.
Overtake if you need to. You got 2 or 3 more laps. 2 laps on. 4 more laps. You're okay. Pit lane, guys. Pit lane.
Oh, here he comes. Not going to be enough.
The team was not ready for this. They had to be scuffed red tires for Will Power. There was a little bit of pressure on him to clinch this weekend because the average finish at Oval's 13.19 for Ryan Briscoe. A couple of laps short on fuel. They will have no push to pass.
Beat the passion those guys. They might help us out.
Ryan Hunter-Reay is the race leader. He just leaves him in the dust.
This could be the championship right here. Will Power is in line, and look at this.
He might lose a spot. He does.
You look at top 2.
Went from 29-point lead to 15-point lead in 1 corner.
Wow. It will come down to the final race of the season. Ryan Hunter-Reay wins in Baltimore.
I knew it would be a day like this. It never comes easy, ever.
And that championship finale is tonight. It would seem that Will Power should be a little bit uptight, but this was at the test here last week. We know Elio's going back on Dancing with the Stars, so Will is trying to get him ready and then showing him another possibility. A more serious side, though, of Will Power is coming up next here on IndyCar Central.
Butterfly stinging bad.
The green flag comes out.
Will Power really hustling that car.
Will Power comes from 9th starting position, and he takes the checkered flag to win the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. The Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach is on.
Will Power will start 12th, but he will finish first today. Here comes Will Power on the streets of Sao Paulo, Brazil, and that's 3 in a row in 2012.
Will Power with 18 career wins, one of the coolest names in sports, and his hometown is interesting too. But where is Toowoomba, Australia? There you can see it on the map, the eastern portion of Australia. There's his car, the number 12 Verizon machine, Team Penske, getting set to try to take him to his first championship coming up tonight. He's been in this situation certainly before, though. We go back to 2010. 4 races left. He was up by 59 points. Still up by 12 going into the finale at Homestead, but brushing the wall there. More issues later on in the race, and ultimately Will Power's race would end on lap 143, and he finishes back in the pack at 25th. Dario Franchitti finishes 8th to win one of his 4 titles. So Will Power certainly is known as a demon on the road and street course. 17 of his 18 wins there. The stats do not measure up on ovals, but he has gotten significantly better in the last couple of years. And Will Power had another great opportunity at a title last year with a season-long battle with Franchitti and came up just short again, but more was on his mind after being injured in a 15-car crash at Las Vegas that claimed the life of Dan Weldon. Now, the driver most agree is the fastest in IndyCar has a third straight opportunity at a championship. Marty Snyder sat down with Will this week to talk about his mindset chasing the title that has eluded him.
So you spend the whole year not talking about the championship. Is that almost kind of a protective measure you've learned from the last few years?
The biggest thing to me is just try to finish the last race for the first time in 3 years. This will be like the fourth year that I'm going to a last race to just bloody finish the thing.
Be honest. Were you thinking we're going to clinch this weekend?
I was not.
You never thought
I thought it's possible, but I did not think that we would clinch that weekend. I just know racing too well.
There's too much made of this oval thing. Will Power's not good on ovals. Does that bother you when people say that?
And you can make a million excuses, but the results actually aren't there. I look back and look at how many times I've been in a position to win an oval, and what is that? Why do things like that happen? Like, there are reasons why.
Do you start then buying into, okay, maybe we aren't as good on ovals. Ryan Hunter-Reay is better in an oval than I am.
No, I just start looking at how to improve. I know Hunter-Reay is very good at short ovals, but I just know he's the sort of guy who will push it to the absolute limit. That's the type of guy he is.
Going into Fontana and off of Baltimore, how do you sit there and not say, oh no, here we go again?
You sit back and look at bloody Sonoma and say, look what happened to Ryan. That right there, if that had happened to me, I would have been getting out and punching the guy. They would have been holding me back, which I'm sure Ryan felt that way. And he even said after, he said, I look back at, a couple of your championships and just look at some of the things that have happened that have cost you a massive chunk of points. I mean, that right there, for him, was a big points hit.
Should you be winning championships?
You should be. We should be winning championships, the team. And we're there, always knocking on the door.
Let's go back to the end of last year. The way it ended was probably harder on you than a lot of guys. For you, did it take a while to get past that?
That affected me badly. Just the fact, just the fact someone was killed. For me to end up landing in there, sitting there looking it down, and just to see that another driver that happened, I have to say, affected me when we got to the oval portion of this season. In the off-season, I thought about it every single day, and then during the season, every single day, I thought about this guy. I actually spoke to his sister at Toronto. I just really wanted to speak to her, just to say, how I felt and what I'd seen, and just want to speak to her. So,
how did it go when you spoke to Holly?
Good.
Yeah,
it was good. I felt better actually after that. Yeah, just kind of stopped thinking about it.
But you said emotionally it took you a while to kind of warm up to racing at the ovals again.
Indeed, because that was the most packed racing we had. I wouldn't say in the race I was fine. It's just the thoughts outside the car. Once you get in there, you're doing it, and that's all good. Funnily enough, the bigger the oval, the better I feel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the faster, the bigger, the more the more you have to drive the thing, the better it is.
Why does it never seem to come easy?
I ask myself that question all the time. Because some people, it does. Like, look at Dario, for instance. Mm-hmm. How many years he went being a very competitive driver, but not winning a championship. And then he did, and then he just came for him, I think it's just a part of the process. I just think if it came easy, it'd be kind of a downer.
Do you feel like you're going to be holding that championship trophy Saturday night?
I can't say I've envisioned standing there with. I don't even know what the trophy looks like. Actually, we took a photo with it the other day.
Do you know how big the check is?
I don't know. I don't care. Really, for me, it's just the actual achievement of winning it. I wouldn't care if we didn't get anything.
You would do it for free.
Achievement for winning that. I would.
All right, I'm writing that down. I'm going to tell Roger he's willing to do it for free.
You can tell him that. I am. As long as I get that bloody achievement of the process and the art of winning a championship.
work of art today, winning that championship for the first time. But when you and I talked after final practice yesterday, you weren't so confident. What was going on then, and you slept on it overnight. How do you feel confidence-wise now?
Yeah, we made some changes, which I think will be good. Had a good think about it. It's really tough on this track. If your car's just a little bit out of balance either way, you really struggle. So it'll be a long race, a lot of stints, day into night. See how we go.
Tim Cindric told me you're a worrier. What worries you most about this race today?
A warrior? I was hoping you'd call me a warrior.
And that too, yes.
Well, you know, I mean, there's all the normal things that can happen in races, but, man, I'm focused on what I can control, and hopefully that brings me the result I want.
We talked about you envisioning holding that championship trophy. Do you envision it now?
No. I'm envisioning the start of the race and just every lap after that.
He certainly has his game face on, drinking his coconut water as always. He's focused and ready to go for the win and the championship today, Kevin.
All right, thank you, Marty. That was a really good piece, and we've got a lot of reasons to root for either one of these drivers in the championship tonight. Call Star Indy for live in-car cameras, driver pit crew chatter, and more. Download IndyCar Mobile only from Verizon. Well, the driver introductions are getting set to begin, and there's our two championship contenders, the big shots of Will Power and Ryan Hunter-Reay, too. Well, tonight's championship is not the only reason why this race is hugely significant. Jan Beekes is up next to explain. Welcome back to Fontana, California, Auto Club Speedway for the final race of the 2012 season. Well, tonight is also the final broadcast that Bob Jenkins will have here in the booth. And what an amazing career. 5 decades, everything from quarter-mile dirt racetracks to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And Bob and I go way back, but this last 4 years, our friendship has just really grown. And I'm going to miss you, Bob. And our thoughts, our prayers, of course, our love and support will always be with you and your wife, Pam. She's ill, but watching in Indianapolis. On behalf of the loyal fans and for all of us who have been on that journey, thanks for the ride.
1 to go, a 3-car length separation between Unser and Goodyear. Al Unser Jr. has the lead. One more turn to go. Here they come. Coming to the finish line. Bob Jenkins, who's going to win it? Indianapolis, WIFB.
When ESPN started, I put Larry Nuber and Bob together. When Bob said, ESPN, what is that? Bob, it's a 24-hour sports operation. It's not going to last. Just take the money and run.
I think anyone who enjoys racing on TV owes a debt of gratitude to Bob Jenkins. Bob and Larry Nuber went to the legendary Indiana Speed Palaces, Winchester, Salem, and broadcast USAC open wheel racing. That labor of love helped open the door for ESPN's pioneering NASCAR coverage, and for years thereafter, Bob, Benny, and Ned broadcasting Winston Cup was like having old friends over at the house to watch the race.
Richard Petty holds him off. Here comes Mark Martin trying to make a move off of car number 4. It's a drag race. At the line. There's the checkered flag for Allen. He's the champion for 92.
He certainly was very good at leading Benny and I where we needed to go and always making us look good, and that's something I've always appreciated.
No matter where we went, Bob would disappear and he would go to a dirt track or some small paved track. He could come back and tell you, man, I saw this new little kid, Jeff Gordon. He's unbelievable on dirt. You've got to see him.
Years from today with 79 stock car races have been run here. We'll remember the name. Jeff Gordon, winner of the inaugural Brickyard 400.
You certainly played a huge part of my life in racing. I'm proud to call you a friend. Thank you for just amazing experience for all of us to be able to watch and see and hear the great work that you've done over all these years.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway has had the tremendous honor of having you be one of the voices of the 500, be it public address, the radio network, the network broadcast team. You've been a great ambassador, well wishers in your
retirement.
A real professional, someone who knows the sport, and I can't tell you how many times he's called that last lap for Penske Racing as we cross that finish line.
It was great having you a part of the team on calling my 4th win at Indy.
Rick Mears becomes the 3rd four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500.
Congratulations on your retirement.
I never forgot when you actually broadcast my first Indianapolis 500 victory.
Elio Castroneves has won the Indianapolis 500.
Hopefully I'll be driving one at 65. Maybe not.
An incredible fuel strategy has played out. Dario Franchitti is the champion for 2009. The checkered flag waves. Alex Tagliani, the 4th lap. 227.238. He did it. Welcome to our first race telecast of the year for the Eyes on IndyCar series here on the NBC Sports Network.
Hey, Bob, from all the drivers from the 2012 IndyCar series, we're going to wish you a very well retirement and have fun.
Listen, Bob, if you're looking for some wisdom about retirements and so forth, you got the wrong guy.
I never thought I'd outlast him, but it looks like I have, and it looks like he's going to beat me in retirement.
You know, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is a passion. It's just like my passion for motorsports and Bob's passion for telling the fans what's going on.
I marvel at the fact that, 15, 20 years later, you still hear that call and think if they had sat in a studio and rehearsed that for days, it couldn't be any better than it was as a off-the-top-of-the-head, spontaneous call.
I remember a lot of things that day. It was very, very cold. All of a sudden, at the end, everybody's coming to me in turn 4, and it's just, who's going to win this thing? I think that's what I said. Hey, Bob Jenkins, who's going to win this?
They go to 4, Bob Levy. Allister Jr. has the lead. One more turn to go. Here they come. Coming to the finish line. Bob Jenkins, who's going to win it? The checkered flag is out. Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second. Perhaps the closest finish in the history of the Indianapolis 500.
Bob is special. He's always been special. And I think this is one of those situations like when a great athlete retires a little bit early in their potential career, that we won't clearly understand how important Bob is until after he's retired. And then I think we're going to miss him greatly.
Very well said. Congratulations, Bob.
And I'm going to cry. Well, while you're crying, I'd like to say it's been a pleasure being your wingman. And I've said it before to the people that I respect the most in this business I got to work with is yourself and Benny Parsons. And I don't know who they're going to replace to carry us, but we're going to miss you.
I have the jitters for the first time in years. But, boy, to hear some of the great names in auto sports giving those testaments, and Terry Lingner and Mike Wells and Rich O'Connor and everybody that I've worked with for up to 30 years, thank you. I'm not going completely away. I'll still be around, but thank you for everything, and especially, as you indicated, Jan, to the race fans who have been so good to me over the last 34 years.
Thank you very much, Bob. And talk about a 180-degree flip. Let's go from that to Robin Miller for the grid run.
Bobby Jenkins, you've been a fan of USAC, IRL, Champ Car, Kart. You've been an open-wheel guy your whole life. We're going to miss it. We're going to see you in May. Now it's time for the grid run. And here we're going to run over to Mr. Penske. Mr. Penske, sir, live television, so, bear with me. You built this place. It's still a hell of a racetrack. What have we got to do to get it back where it was in 1997?
Well, this is a great lot of work with my son Greg and myself, and driving in here the last couple of days has been amazing. A fantastic track, and most important, to be back here with IndyCars. I think we can build some data equity here and have a great race tonight and in the future.
Okay, I got a good third driver for you, Justin Wilson.
Justin Wilson.
You gonna talk to him?
I'm gonna talk to all the drivers.
Okay, thanks. See, he was almost interested. He was almost. Where the hell am I going? Where's old Bo? Oh, there's the chief steward. Bo Barfield, the chief steward. Are you going to be the benevolent Bo Barfield tonight, or are you going to drop the hammer, son?
Oh, it's hammer time. These guys think it's been a little bit out of control the last few races.
They also think I see everything. I can't see everything, but when I see something, I'll make the call.
All right, the new sheriff in town, and he doesn't care. I'm going to see if Tony Kanaan. Oh, we're going to break. I don't get to say hi to Tony Kanaan. Good luck, Kanaan.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to break. See you guys. Don't turn off the TV. Stay right here.
IndyCar Central on NBC Sports Network is presented by Verizon, official wireless partner of the Eyes on IndyCar Series. The pace begins to quicken as we are just a few minutes away now from the opening ceremonies, followed by the command to start engines, and then 500 miles of competition here at Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. It's still hot, temperature above 100 degrees, but it's a dry heat. The humidity is only 7%. All right, let's go down trackside now for the opening ceremonies for tonight's race.
And now, race fans, we ask that you rise and remove your hats as Jeff Hamilton with Motor Racing Outreach offers this evening's invocation.
Let's pray together. Dear Heavenly Father, as we get ready for a great night of racing, we realize that it is a celebration of life. All the things that we enjoy that make life meaningful come from you. We are also aware of how fragile life is, and so we place our hope and our trust in you. So we humbly ask for your peace and protection over our lives and our loved ones. Watch over the drivers and teams in tonight's race. Thank you for the staff and the sponsors that have made tonight's event possible. And keep our troops safe wherever they serve freedom's cause. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
And race fans, as we get set for the finale of this 2012 campaign, the Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championship, we also take time to honor the fighting men and women with us here tonight and overseas. May they be safe. God's peace be with them, and thank you for keeping this United States of America free so we can race here this evening. Fans, please remain standing as Charlie Company Recruiting and Retention Battalion, California Army National Guard, presents our nation's colors on top of the stage, and the California Army National Guard flag detail unfurls our large American flag out on the infield grass. And now, race fans, we ask that you please remain standing and join Jan from The Office and star of the upcoming TBS series Wedding Band, premiering November 10th. It's Melora Hardin for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's hear it for race fans, Melora Hardin. And here they come.
F-18 Hornets, a stirring rendition of the national anthem, and my blood's pumping. I'm sure yours is too at home, and we welcome you once again to this finale of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar season. The preliminaries just about over with. Wally, it's time to go racing. What do you expect in the next 250 laps, 500 miles?
We're going to see some race car driving tonight. I'm telling you what. You know, when fans look at IndyCar, they think, wow, those things are really stuck to the racetrack. They're not going to be tonight. This racetrack is very slippery. These guys are having a hard time getting grip, and their hands are full. So that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of action. We're going to see a lot of different lines these guys are using. Jan, I can't wait till this thing goes green.
And you talk about hands full. Both of the championship contenders had their chances full, had their hands full, I should say, last night after final practice. They were 21st and 23rd on the speed charts, and they were not. Will Power and Ryan Hunter-Reay that you see there, they were not sandbagging. They had trouble. They couldn't get a hold of this racetrack, and they're worried if we don't push hard, we could go a lap down.
One other factor is going to be the sun here in the early going, because it's going to be right in the driver's eyes as they go down the backstretch and into the third and fourth turns. But it's coming up in just a moment. Stay with us. Thanks for watching IndyCar Central on the NBC Sports Network, presented by Verizon. The drivers now begin to get their helmets on and get in their cars. We're just moments away from the command to start engines. Stay with us.
The NBC Sports Network welcomes you to the following presentation of the IZOD IndyCar Series.
14 races, more than 3,000 miles of intense racing. It's come down to this, another great battle for the championship. Will third time be the charm for Australian Will Power, runner-up the past two seasons to Dario Franchitti? Or will Ryan Hunter-Reay raise the American flag in victory for the first time since 2006?
We all want it bad enough. We can go get this thing.
Every year, we just have to fight like a dog to the end.
Heading into the World Championships, the IndyCar title race is separated by 17 points. Will Power and Ryan Hunter-Reay are both looking to earn their first championship. For Will, the journey is familiar. Over the last two seasons, Power has seen late-season leads disappear, only to fall runner-up for the title. Can the driver with more wins in recent seasons finally catch the victory which has eluded him? Ryan's journey started more than 9 seasons ago, proceeding through 6 different teams before finding a ride led by a champion name, Andretti. Clinching the title tonight will be the first for an American in over 6 years, setting Ryan in company with Foyt, Andretti, Unser, Mears, and the man for whom he drives. Tonight, in Fontana, the final 500 miles of the season await. For both drivers, the distance is daunting, but the finish line holds the accolade of a lifetime. From Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California, the NBC Sports Network welcomes you to the Mavtv World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. The preliminaries are over. Drivers now in their cars, ready for the task at hand. 500 miles of racing at over 210 miles an hour to end this great season. Here is how the points break down tonight. Again, 17 separate the first two. Will Power has the points lead. Ryan Hunter-Reay is second in the points. Will Power in his car getting set to go. He'll start from back in the pack, and even further back will be Ryan Hunter-Reay as a result of the fact that they took a penalty for unapproved engine changes.
Now, of course, Ryan Hunter-Reay has been trying to get a handle on this car, and watch what happens. This is what Wally is talking about. His knee ticket ride. Whoa, right there. The back steps out as they go across those seams.
That's a great save, and we're going to see plenty of that tonight. Hopefully.
we're going to see saves.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do hope that.
He was not that fortunate in the test day here. He did not save it and smacked the wall.
Again, you can see how there's a bright sun shining down the straightaway, and it, of course, will be right in the driver's eyes as he comes down the backstretch and into turns 3 and 4.
Of course, when you're looking at race strategy and things that you want to look for today, obviously you want to stay out of trouble early. I think that's going to be so important when it's hot. Lots of pit stops. You have to stay clean. And Wally, I think one of the keys, don't panic tonight, because if your car goes off, you've got 500 miles to tune it back in, and it'll start cooling down.
Race strategy presented by Firestone. We're about 25 seconds away from the command to start engines now. Going to be a long evening of racing. The drivers know that, but they are ready for the finale for the 2012 season. Let's go trackside.
Auto Club Speedway race fans, are you ready? It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome back the General Manager of Fish Commercial Services, Mr. Nate Block, as he gives the command.
Drivers, start your engines.
And now, just before the drivers pull away, let's check on the latest stories from pit lane. First, Marty Snyder.
Well, Bob, how about we give you our championship predictions? And I'm going to go with Will Power. I spent a lot of time with him in the last week. He is very loose and not so much focused on the championship, just focused on this race. But I think it's going to come down to, bottom line, speed. I think that's where Power will beat Hunter Ray. Kevin?
Well, I think Ryan Hunter Ray is going to go from 22nd and get up to the front and give himself a chance to win this championship. And ultimately, I'm going to pick Will Power because I don't think Will Power's going to falter tonight, and that's really what Ryan Hunter Ray needs. Chris?
Well, Kevin, since I'm the new guy, I'm going the other way. He's won 4 times this year, twice on ovals, and Will Power hasn't been able to close the last 2 years. I'm going RHR. Robin?
3rd time's a charm for Mr. Power. He's going to win the championship. Ed Carpenter's going to win the race. I wish I'd have bet on him. It was 20-1, boys.
Ed Carpenter's going to win the race. That's an interesting prediction. He did qualify very well and is good on the big oval, so we'll watch Ed. But our main focus tonight will be, as we follow the championship battle, Ryan Hunter Ray chasing Will Power for the title. Understand that Charlie Kimball may have some trouble firing his car. Everybody remaining on pit lane right now. Pace car has not pulled away yet. As they try to get Charlie's car fired, and now the pace car begins to move away. And it looks like they do have the car started, so hopefully all 26 will be pulling away here in just a moment. Tonight wraps up the 3rd year of the IZOD Honda Fastest Seat in Sports. We've seen and heard amazing moments from the lucky fans who won after entering at shophonda.com. Tonight, Mario Andretti gives a huge fan of the IndyCar Series the ride. We welcome Extra's Maria Menounos to the fastest seat in sports. Maria, can you hear me?
I'm so scared.
Maria,
But I'm so excited because my friends always used to call me Mario Andretti because of the way I drive. So now I'm in a car with them. It's a dream come true.
It's great to have you there. Enjoy the ride, and then later enjoy this great race we're going to have here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Maria Menounos. All right, tonight's starting grid from Mavtv will show you how they line up for this event. On the pole will be Marco Andretti, and alongside Ryan Briscoe. Row number 2, Tony Kanaan and J.R. Hildebrand. Starting in row number 3, Ed Carpenter, Robin Miller's pick, and Rubens Barrichello. Row number 4, Catherine Legg and Oriel Serbia. Dario Franchitti and Sebastian Savate will be side by side in row number 5. In the 6th row, E.J. Viso and James Jakes. Will Power, our championship points leader, starts inside row 7, outside rookie Joseph Newgart. Row number 8, Scott Dixon and Alex Tagliani. The 9th row, Elio Castroneves and Graham Rahal. Back in row number 10, James Hinchcliffe and Simon Pagenaud. The 11th row, Takuma Sato and the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay. In row number 12, Charlie Kimball and Wade Cunningham in for the driver who normally drives that car, Mike Conway. Justin Wilson and Simona De Silvestro will make up row number 13. Wilson had a crash during the practice yesterday. He did not qualify, and Simona De Silvestro had an engine problem. She did not qualify, so they started the back of the pack. And you see that a lot of good drivers took the 10-position grid penalty for the unapproved engine change for this race. But that's going to make it just more exciting as we go through the evening and 250 laps of competition. Our 6 onboard cameras. Ryan Briscoe carries the IZOD onboard camera. J.R. Hildebrand, the National Guard on board. Will Power has the Chevy in-car camera. Ryan Hunter-Reay with the Verizon on board. Simon Pagenaud, the HP onboard camera. And Charlie Kimball will have the Novolog FlexPin onboard camera to enhance our competition. All right, Kevin Lee, quickly on pit lane.
Well, we've talked a little bit about the sun and the glare and how difficult it is. Just listening to Ryan Hunter-Reay talking to Michael Andretti, he said, it's so bright I can't see any of the readouts on my dash right now. Plus, they're set up for night settings. Marty?
And we'll have to watch that all evening long as the sun does set. They can actually turn up the brightness on the dash. The problem is, Kevin, that later in the race, it's almost too bright at nighttime. So Will Power and his team left the dash down low. They just have to deal with it for the first hour or so of the race, Bob. It'll be very interesting to watch the sunset and how it affects the race.
And they begin to get lined up here for the start of the competition. We're glad you could join us for the finale of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series event here at Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Nice lineup of cars here, 2x2. And by the way, restarts on this oval track will be single file tonight. Really kind of a slow pace down the backstretch as Marco Andretti is leading them down at a reduced speed. Ryan Briscoe with about a half a car length advantage there as they go down into turn number 3, and there's the sun problem.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse. And I've raced here, with this situation, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these guys taking their left hand or right hand off the steering wheel and shading. Because you'll go in there, and we'll see it a little bit later, you will be completely blind for about 2 or 3 seconds.
We saw some drivers do that last night in practice. All right, the field off of corner number 4. And the final race of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series gets the green flag. We're underway for 500 miles.
And you can see, like we talked about earlier, see the line difference? These guys are going to be searching all over the racetrack, but I think they pretty much have every square inch covered going through 1 and 2 right there, looking for some grip.
And not all cars work in all lanes. So you see high, of course, this is National Guard, and Jared Hildebrand saying that his car likes the high side. He can't run low.
And that was, I was going to say, if you kind of commit to where you're going to run on those racetracks, you kind of set your car up for that line. You're stuck there.
At the left front, Tony Kanaan is on the high side of the racetrack, and Marco Andretti is on the bottom. Let's see how they shake out as they go down the backstretch and into turn number 3. Kanaan on the high side. Andretti is low. Following back there in 3rd position, Carpenter and Briscoe.
Wow, what a difference a day makes. Tony Kanaan said he just could not get a handle on his car at all yesterday morning. Will Power working his way, obviously, through traffic, trying to find some clean air. He needs to keep pace, but he's got to stay out of trouble.
And I think that's what he's doing. I think he's just being real careful here. There's no reason to push the issue. He's in a spot. Although Hunter-Reay is making some ground up as well.
Well, J.R. Hildebrand was way up against the wall. That was nice. He stayed in it, and he now is just pulling ahead.
Yeah, we saw him do that last night. White running the high line. Power has dropped back to 21st position. Ryan Hunter-Ray, meanwhile, is moving up from 22nd to 16th. And right now, the points are 15 difference.
So here's this continued battle that we saw for Hildebrand and Briscoe. Now Kanan again goes to the outside of Andretti, again feeling out those lines. Where you see those black seams, you'll notice they don't cross them much. When you pick a lane, stay there, because the seams are what unsettle the rear of the car.
And now that is J.R. Hildebrand taking the lead.
Keep it up. That high side is working.
Once again, he goes to the high side of the track, making it 3 wide for the lead. Kanan in the middle and Andretti on the bottom of the track, and here they come to complete lap number 4. It's still Marco Andretti in the lead, but just slightly, Marty.
Just some outstanding racing, Bob, watching these guys up front, back in the back. Will Power, Wally is correct, very much by design. They were worried about the cars who did not take a 10-grid penalty in this race when they started. There were several cars they felt were kind of slower than them. They wanted to let the field kind of spread out a little bit. Then Will Power plans to go. Keep this in mind, too. The guys who are fast right now may not be fast at the end of the night. Chris?
Well, Marty, looking at J.R. Hildebrand right now, he might take the lead here on this lap. I talked to him earlier today, and yesterday in the first practice, they were working the middle groove on the racetrack. When they went to the night practice yesterday, they focused on the high groove that whole session. Obviously, that's paying off.
In the first 5 laps of the race, we have had 3 different leaders.
And Chris, when I talked to J.R. Hildebrand when they first started attempting to try those lines, he said, we really didn't want to run the high line. It just happened to be one that worked with our car. And like you say, they focused on it last night. The most important part, the high line is easy on the tires because you're not taking as tight of a radius.
Ryan Hunter-Ray has already picked up 5 spots up to 17th, but as he said in our pre-race, he was not happy with the car in the final practice. It was a handful. On the radio during the practice, he said the car is terrible. At one point through his crew, he compared it to trying to find an ice cube to an iceberg, to trying to find the right kind of setup. But he was optimistic still after practice. He remembered going to Iowa, and after the final practice, not happy at all. That worked out pretty well. He won the race.
Indeed he did. All right, J.R. Hildebrand led 3 laps in the opener at St. Pete. He won 1 lap at Toronto. He is out front here tonight with 6 laps completed. Hildebrand has led 3, Andretti 3, and Kanan has led 1. J.R. Hildebrand is 12th in the point standings, heading into this race actually tied with Oriol Servia. Second and third right there, Tony Kanan in blue and white, and Marco Andretti as now they begin to move in just a little bit on Hildebrand, the leader. This is Ryan Briscoe, who's running 4th.
Did you hear? I mean, these guys are shifting, too, now. That's one thing we haven't really talked about. A lot of these guys, if their car isn't handling, they'll even go down as low as 4th gear. I think if you go down to 4th gear in the corners, you're really in trouble. But, Jan, mainly it's 5th to 6th gear around here.
And now look at the speed he gets. He coming up behind Ed Carpenter, who put a nice move on the inside. Now Briscoe tries the outside, and 3 wide. That's Catherine Legg on the low side.
Wow, look at Catherine on the bottom of the racetrack doing a nice job. She's running in 6th position. Alex Tagliani has been the biggest mover so far. Tagliani has picked up 9 positions. Justin Wilson, who started on the back row, has gained 6. Sato 5. Joseph Newgarden has moved up 5 positions, and Ryan Hunter-Ray has moved up 4 from 22nd to 18th.
And Tagliani just got 1 more. He just blew by Catherine Legg.
So Tagliani doing a nice job here in the early going, but so is J.R. Hildebrand as he leads the Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. Stay with us. We'll be right back. The Mavtv 500 presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network is brought to you by Mavtv, American Real. By Novolog FlexPen. Ask your healthcare provider about the benefits of FlexPen today. And by Honda, an official vehicle of the IZOD IndyCar Series. Back at the Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil at Fontana. Just like an old Saturday night dirt track race, we got one guy running the cush up high and some guy on the bottom named Andretti as they battle for the lead. Now Hildebrand pulls ahead just a little bit of Marco Andretti. Third is Briscoe, fourth Kanaan, fifth is Ed Carpenter. As far as our championship contenders are concerned, Will Power on the left of your screen is battling with Justin Wilson for 19th position, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is pretty much driving all to himself in 18th position. So they're very, very close on the racetrack.
In championships in the past, the 2 or 3 drivers still in the championship, when you go to the final race, were flying. So interesting that both the championship contenders are struggling.
This is the battle for 7th position. On the bottom of the racetrack in the solid blue car is Joseph Newgarden, and on the high side of the track is Catherine Legg. Joseph Newgarden has been very, very fast since the track opened for practice.
And obviously Joseph Newgarden is back after missing the race at Baltimore. He suffered a broken left index finger in that scary crash at Sonoma. Surgery late August, a bone graft, a plate, 7 screws. But he said it's not impacting him here. It feels fine. The only thing is he's had to switch which finger he uses for the paddle shifter.
Barrichello squeezing up there.
Barrichello running 9th. Barrichello heads for the bottom of the racetrack, now runs side by side with Newgarden.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Actually, Barrichello's making some different lines work. The last time he came too high, 3 and 4, had a really good run down the backstretch. So his car looks like it's working pretty decent.
Yeah, but here comes Scott Dixon. Yep. Scott Dixon to the low side. Now watch how low Scott Dixon can run. He can go right down to the white line. One of the few cars I've seen able to do that. That's the short way around. But will that wear the tires more?
I think it will. Now, if he lets that car drift up the racetrack like he did, it's a little bit easier on the right front, but I think it does chew the tires up a little bit.
Simona De Silvestro is in the pit area. She was running in the last position and is in the pits. Catherine back around.
Alex
Tagliani, yep. There's Sebastian Saavedra there also, and he was the pole sitter for the Firestone Indy Lights race that was held earlier today. And I don't want to spoil anything for those of you who will watch our coverage, so if you don't want to know who won, why, turn me out for about 5 seconds. But he started first and finished last with a gearbox problem. Championship was decided, though. I'll keep that a secret.
Keep running that high line. It's really working for you off the corners.
There's Saavedra.
For anybody else coming to Fontana to run Indy Lights and the doubleheader here for him doing IndyCar, I suppose he was the one driver. If he wasn't going to take the green flag with a gearbox problem, he knows, hey, no big deal.
Yeah.
I got 500 miles in an IndyCar coming up tonight.
Plenty to do. So while there are battles going on all over the racetrack, Saavedra and Scott Dixon go at it. J.R. Hildebrand is the leader of the race. A familiar spot for Panther Racing, and the number 4 car, Sam Hornish, drove to victory here 2 years.
Wow, and side by side, you saw some exciting racing. You also saw Ryan Briscoe get up to second. Welcome back to Fontana. That's Will Power watching him. He just was told by Tim Cindric, make sure you get around Ryan Hunter-Reay before we make this first stop. We expect that around lap 25 or so. But Ryan Briscoe made his way up to second, and a lot of people are talking about the sunset now. That's going to be a big factor in the next little bit. And there you see our championship contenders running together on the track. Will Power trying to make it around the guy right in front of him, Ryan Hunter-Reay. You saw him go way high on that last lap. Some exciting racing here in Fontana. Robin?
I'll tell you what, Ed Carpenter was living for an oval. He was so happy that we're going to end the season with an oval, fellas, that he's running third. He had second for a second, dropped back. But he's just the kind of guy, he had the pace at Texas to win, came from the back to the front. He was going to finish no worse than third or fourth at Indianapolis before his car broke and he hit the wall. But I'll tell you what, he's really happy they're going to go to Pocono next year. The more ovals, the better for the good old Fuzzy's car.
Carpenter is running in third spot as we're on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is running 18th, and Will Power is running in 19th. While we have the opportunity here, I want to thank very, very much Brian Till for filling in for me 2 weeks ago in Baltimore. Great job. Thank you so very much.
And Bob, we're on lap 26 when Marty was giving that report that when they were speaking to Will Power, they were telling him we're on lap 25, but I think they can go to about lap 40 before they have to hit pit road, plus or minus a few laps. Then we'll start to see who's saving fuel, who has the advantage, Honda or Chevrolet, if they stay green.
John, you're correct. My math horrible. I'm sorry. Yes, exactly what they were telling him. They can go to about lap 38, lap 40 before they have to pit for the first stop.
It's Tony Kanaan running in fourth place. Catherine Legg is behind him. A couple of laps ago, a relatively close call for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was by design. He wanted to get that close to the wall.
Yeah.
But he seems to be struggling, guys. I mean, he's back there around 18th. He's not really making any ground up.
Ooh, yeah. Up there in the dust.
Anytime you have dust, that means you're someplace someone else hasn't been before. That's not good. Now, he did tell me last night after practice the big issue is that the handling of these cars, it's like a knife edge. It is so hard to keep it tuned in that it falls off so easily. And here we go, championship contenders, nose to tail.
All right, Chris Neville has a report on J.R. Hildebrand, still leading by about 3.5 seconds.
That's right, Bob. A couple minutes ago, JR came over the radio, told the team he's got some yellow lights on his dashboard. Those yellow lights are there to alert the driver when something could potentially be wrong with the car. He initially reset the wheel, but those yellow lights still on that dashboard. I just talked to the engineer in this team, David Cripps, and he said they've looked at it over telemetry. They just think it's a false alarm. They don't see anything wrong with that car. We expect JR to come to pit lane for first round of pit stops in about 6 laps.
Well, he's stretching his lead on Briscoe, so yeah, I would say that car is pretty tuned right now.
Not the same Matt lap, you were just a tick quicker. He also moved a little lower in 3 and 4 that time, so that might have hurt him.
There's Takuma Sato, who has gained the most position since the start of the race, up 12 spots. Sato is currently running in the 9th position.
Yeah, but you saw him go by Marco Andretti.
Yeah.
He's flying like a rock.
Yep. Back to 10th spot right now.
Here he goes around Saavedra.
That's for position.
That's the best car out there right now. Let's be disciplined and let's be patient.
Yeah.
You guys heard Bobby Rahal. That's what he's been preaching to Sato all season. Just be patient. Don't try and win this thing in the first half. Marco's in the pits. Marco, down to you, Marty.
Well, and Robin, we're going to see a lot of this today. People short pitting, coming to pit road early because a tire fall off is so bad at the end of the run. This will be an advantage for Marco Andretti. He was in the window where he'll only go down 1 lap when everybody else pits. Hopefully they'll have enough.
Oh, there's a wheel nut.
And there's a wheel nut that did fall off, having to put it back on the right front. Also a turn of front wing out. Trouble getting going for Marco Andretti as well. Car was extremely loose.
That was a good save, though, on that wheel nut. They didn't lose that much time on the pit stop. That was a great save.
You always keep a wheel nut on your belt just in case, and that was a very nice backup plan.
And another close moment here a short time ago as Elio Castroneves and Scott Dixon got very, very close to each other. Let's see how close, huh?
Dixon looks like he's got a pretty good run on Elliott. There was contact.
That was more than close.
Contact at 200 miles per hour. There you go.
Yeah. Now the sun.
That didn't cut a tire.
The sun was directly in there.
Yeah, the sun is now is the worst time of the day.
No question that could have been a factor for Scott Dixon.
So E.J. Viso dropping down onto the apron of the track. He'll be coming in for a pit stop. Kimball has already lost a lap, so has Viso. Of course, Andretti did during his pit stop. Cunningham is also a lap down, and Simona De Silvestro still in the pits.
Every lap that you can do right now and not pit is an advantage. Yes, Marco Andretti has fresh tires. He can go fast for now, but you have to calculate out to the end of the race. You want to stay out there as long as you possibly can.
James Hinchcliffe in the green car running at 12th position behind Dixon. There he is. And Joseph Newgarden, who was running up in the top 5 or so, has dropped back to the 13th spot. More side-by-side racing as Dixon and Castroneves continue to go at it.
Now, if they touch here, it won't be the sun.
Yeah.
It's behind them.
J.R. Hildebrand is going to give up the lead to make his first pit stop of the evening. Chris Neville.
Yeah, Bob, everything working well with JR's car in this first round. No changes on the stop. He's been listening to his spotter, Pancho Carter, for most of this run. He's been pretty quiet on the radio other than those alarms he sees on his dash. And Pancho Carter pretty much just telling him the different lines that drivers are trying around the racetrack, while JR's been staying up top this entire run. Should be just 4 tires and fuel on this stop.
And away he goes.
Very tight moment there for Rubens Barrichello. Sebastian Saavedra, they must have a heating issue. They were going through the cooling duct. Those are called radiator shutters. It takes a long time on a pit stop, but you can't overheat.
Tony Kanaan out. Ed Carpenter in. Let's watch the crew by the Fuzzies. Guys.
Talking about front wing, yes, he gets it. The adjuster on a speedway setup is right in the center of the nose.
Ryan Hunter-Reay makes his stop, Kevin.
He's worked his way up to the 16th position before everyone started pitting here. Hunter-Reay is going to be pitting in traffic here. We have Hinchcliffe coming in. Scott Dixon is right behind him. And Hunter-Reay making his way down at 60 miles an hour. Makes the left-hand turn. Ryan Briscoe pitted 2 stalls in front of him. Dixon is out. Will Power is getting ready to come in just a moment. But the Penske team has the tire out of the way. So it's 3 out for Hunter-Reay. And it is a pretty good stop, Marty.
Ryan Briscoe had to dodge his own teammate Will Power putting tires out. The team putting tires out. Briscoe's car, terrific, running second. He wants no changes. Most all these cars are loose. Not Briscoe. Very happy with that stop, too. Will Power coming down pit road, and the team cannot see him coming down pit road, so they've got to guide him in the best way as they can. Power's car a little too loose at the end of that run. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. He comes in very slowly to his pit stop. Doesn't get in a hurry at all. You hear Tim Cindric talking to him on the radio. Air pressure adjustments to tighten that car up. Takuma Sato is now taking the lead. Will Power leads pit road.
Wow. Sato will get the lead. He has not made the pit stop. And by the way, Catherine Legg has been charged with pit lane speed violation. She will have to do a drive-through penalty. Here's Dario Franchitti coming in.
So the Hondas seem to be able to go a little bit farther.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Remember, that was the case at Indianapolis where they could go a lap or 2 more than the Chevrolet, and that made a huge difference. We have seen some great pit stops. That pit stop that we saw by Ryan Briscoe was phenomenal, how fast they changed those tires. Here's Sato.
Sato's taking a half a turn in front wing, boys, and that's all he needs. He just told him the car's understeering just a tiny bit. Let's leave it alone. A little trouble getting the fuel in, and he's over.
Joseph Newgarden.
Of course, these are all Hondas, so we're seeing a pattern here. A little better fuel economy.
Sarah Fisher-Hartman racing as Newgarden goes back into the race.
I'm interested, Kevin, I think you called Ryan's pit stop. What changes they made on Ryan Hunter-Reay?
They added some front wing.
That was it.
Yep.
Well, the lead goes back to J.R. Hildebrand. And his advantage is just about the same it was before the pit stop. Actually a little bit more. Got about a 6-second advantage now on Ed Carpenter, who has taken over second position.
All right, so let's watch Ryan Hunter-Reay and see if a little bit of front wing, how much difference that makes. Got speed on the high side.
Hunter-Reay in 15th, Power in 17th at the moment. Here's Takuma Sato coming down off the banking and trying to get the car slowed down before the speed zone occurs.
Now he was trying to get everything he could, so all right.
All right, Hildebrand is your leader. Ed Carpenter running second. Briscoe is third. Kenan fourth. And Alex Pagliani is running in fifth position. Welcome back to the Mavtv 500, presented by Lucas Oil from Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Joseph Newgarden, we saw him have a pit stop a couple of laps ago, and now the car is in the pits and apparently dead stick. Well, the sun is finally setting, but a great overhead shot, and our aerial coverage is brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, applications, and data. All right, the lead is held by J.R. Hildebrand by 4.2 seconds over Ryan Briscoe.
We talked a little bit about the fact that he pitted early, did J.R. Hildebrand, but it wouldn't change your strategy. He still has the same number. If it were to some reason stay green the whole way, everyone is still having the same number of stops. He'll just have to be one of the first to stop next time.
All right, let's take a look now at our championship contenders and how they're doing. Will Power is currently in 16th position. And Ryan Hunter-Reay is in 13th. This point spread is 14 Power with a 14-point advantage now on Ryan Hunter-Reay. So Will Power continues to be the champion at this point in the race, but we have 2 more 100 laps to go, Marty.
Well, Bob, I finally caught up with Maria Munoz, who I think has calmed down from her exciting ride. She's from Extra, of course, and we didn't know you were named Mario Andretti back in high school. How was your ride with Mario?
It was a dream come true, honestly. It was so cool, but I told him, I think I'm built for speed. Like, maybe I should have done this, especially because it wasn't as scary once we got going as I thought.
Think we can hook her up with a ride, Mario?
Oh, anytime. She was a great passenger. Stay with me all the way.
I kept staying in the back in case he could hear me. Faster! Faster!
That's what we all say to him. Let's talk to Susie Rossick from Honda. Why has this worked so well, Susie, for Honda to connect them with the fans?
Oh, my God, this has been tremendous. You know, we work with Macy's, we work with IZOD, we've given away cars all across the country, and this is our 3rd year of promoting the ultimate fan experience, Honda's fastest speed in sports. I mean, where else can you have the opportunity to drive with a legend like Mario Andretti?
Yeah, I want to ride next year. Can you hook me up with a ride next year?
Sure, you're in. No problem. We'll get you in next year. She's going to drive for you, though.
Oh, no, I want Mario to drive for me. That was my whole purpose of doing this interview, Bob. I wanted to get hooked up with a ride next year. I think I might have gotten one.
But you know, Marty, you're going to be working, and I'm not.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's the
maybe
problem.
I should be the rider. Huh?
That's right. Yeah, you should be the rider, Bob. That's right.
Thanks, Marty. Hildebrand leading Briscoe, who has taken over second position. Ed Carpenter, who had that spot for a while. First 3 cars separated by just a little more than 4 seconds. But, boy, a nice drive so far by J.R. Hildebrand, using the top of the racetrack for the most part.
You were quicker than him.
Like Graham Rahal was ahead of him, having to work hard. Now, these people are really, Bob, ahead of him are going to start pedaling. People like Graham Rahal that we saw ahead are going to do everything possible to stay ahead and keep their lap.
Barrichello and Legg continue to race each other.
He's got a nice toe going. And his car seems to be working at the bottom.
Still up there.
But when you're, it wiggled. It wiggled. When he went down low, he got a wiggle, and look how that speed difference changes.
Catherine Legg is not on the same lap, so this is not a battle for position. She's a lap down in 21st.
This is exactly what we were concerned about, and that is that right behind the two championship contenders is the leader. J.R. Hildebrand is closing in, and that is exactly, they're going to really have to be on the hammer. They're going to race each other and do everything they can not to go a lap down.
But all Will Power's got to do right now is just stay with this guy on his right-hand side. I mean, if you're going to be, he's got to be driving tonight championship-wise, not worrying about this race. As long as he's got that yellow car in his sights or behind him, he's got a championship.
Exactly.
Wally, I can tell you there's really no hurry in Will Power's voice or in Tim Cindric's voice. They did want to get him around Ryan Hunter-Reay, but there's no panic in their voice at all. It's very calm, just pacing with Ryan Hunter-Reay, but they did watch the leader, and you saw...
Oh, no! Will Power spun!
Power's in the wall!
Oh, unbelievable.
It's happened again.
That is unbelievable.
Wow.
Man, oh man.
And guys, remember what he told me in that interview. I just want to finish the bloody thing. For once, I want to finish the bloody thing. It's not going to happen again.
I can't believe it. There's Tim Cindric.
His engineer, David Faustino, on the far side. Mark. Wow. Michael Andretti.
Wow. Well, the good news is that Will is okay. But the championship...
that's just devastating for that guy right there.
And he was running pretty much by himself. I mean, he was close to Ryan Hunter-Reay, but... Wow. Well, let's look at it.
See, he's got a good line here. He just right there, that car started to break loose, and I'll tell you what, if Hunter-Reay was 2 car lengths further back, they would have both been in the wall.
So that could be the difference between winning or losing the championship. Ryan Hunter-Reay still has to finish this race, but like you said, a couple of car lengths, if they both would have crashed, he would have been the champion.
We are 56 laps into this 250-lap race, and Will Power, the points leader, has crashed. Real time.
I mean, that was so close for Hunter-Reay.
They're by 1. Outside.
Well, you could hear him pedal out of it early. He knew that thing was going loose early because he started really rolling out of the throttle.
Liz Cannon Power, his wife, stunned like the rest of us are. Well, we didn't want to see it end this early.
It's not over, Bob.
Yeah, you're
Ryan
right.
Hunter-Reay has to finish. He has to score enough points.
That's true.
And Michael Andretti just now came on the radio. When the crash happened, they said nothing about the incident. Obviously, Ryan saw it as well. They talked strategy, what they're going to do in the pit stop. But Michael just said, okay, we've got to keep going. We have to finish 6th. If we finish 6th, we win the championship.
Like I said, right now,
Mixture one.
Hunter-Reay is still second in points right now.
Yes.
Yeah, when I said we didn't want to see it end this early, we didn't want to see the race end that early for Will Power. Still has to finish 7 positions ahead of Will Power to win the championship. And Will Power looks like he's going to finish in 24th out of 26.
And now Hunter-Reay just riding around. He can't do that. He's got to go.
Wow. Look at this. Pit stops are the order of the minute.
Everybody's back on the same strategy now.
Yeah.
Gotta watch very careful when people are launching as other cars. Exactly what I was saying. You have to be so careful if you're one of the leaders coming out while others are coming in.
A little bit more front wing again for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Pretty smooth stop. He will mix back in. A lot of traffic on pit road, but now he's going to have a clean out the rest of the way, too, with Power out of this race.
Carpenter gains a position, and Rubens Barrichello moves up 3 as Will Power's destroyed race car is taken from the racing service. Well, that tells the story, but we have a long way to go in this one. It is not, the championship has not been determined by any means. There's Elio Castroneves coming out, and they had to move the rear tire. Oh, and also close corners with Marco Andretti.
And it just seemed like it didn't quite get going. Lost a few spots.
So under caution for the first time in this 500-miler. And the championship points leader entering this event by 17, Will Power on the bottom of the track, loses control in turn number 2 and nearly takes out the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And I'll tell you, he got loose way early in that corner. Like the entry of turn 1. He was in trouble right here.
Ryan Hunter-Reay right now, at this moment, is thinking, oh, no! Oh, he missed me. Wait a minute. Our championship's hopes are alive. This is unbelievable, but that was very, very close.
He's thinking right now, I cannot believe this.
Wow. What an incredible set of circumstances here in the World Championships for the IZOD IndyCar Series. Will Power has crashed out of this event. 59 laps are completed. We'll be back with more in a moment. J.R. Hildebrand is your leader. caution here at the Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. On board with the championship contender Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is currently in 12th position. Will Power has crashed out. It reminds us of 2 years ago.
Homestead Miami Speedway just got high, let it get into the wall. He did get the car back to pit lane, but it was damaged. It was damaged heavily. They tried to repair it, but they were not able to. Very similar circumstances for Will Power.
I think he's in a little bit better spot than that, only because Hunter-Reay's in 12th, and he still has a lot of work ahead of him to make these points up.
Look at this graphic regarding the final races. In 2010, he finished 25th. In 2011, 19th. And right now, he is 24th. Joseph Newgarden is not out of the race.
Although I do want to mention that he does have 2 teammates ahead of him that I'm sure could give him some help before the night's over if he needs it.
Yes.
Yep. All right, Kevin.
Well, Joseph Newgarden really plays into the championship from the way I'm doing the math right now. He is currently in 25th. They had an electrical problem, and they've changed out the ECU, so he's back out on track, and he is soon going to pass Will Power and move Power into 25th. I believe that scores Power only 10 points, so that means what Michael Andretti said is correct. He only needs to finish 6th. Ryan Hunter-Reay does. But if Newgarden had not come back out on the track and Power had finished 24th, that's 12 points, and he would have needed to finish 5th.
You guys are talking a lot of numbers. I'm not sure if that's right or not.
Takes me back a few years when I needed a calculator. I still do. Marty is with Will.
Well, he's talking to the media, and I know he's devastated. Let's first of all talk about what happened in the accident.
I just caught a seam. I had pushed it all night. The car was pushing and just caught a seam. It really caught me by surprise. It was the last thing I thought would happen, running down there on that seam. That's a tough one. That's depressing, man, to lose the championship that way again.
What was your first reaction when you finally came to a stop?
I just said, that's another championship gone. That's basically what I said to myself. Man, I'm so disappointed for Verizon and all the guys. Just to make a mistake like that is just bad.
What did we say Monday? You said it never comes easy, does it?
Doesn't come easy, man. Never comes easy.
In any way, is the car fixable, Will?
No, the engine ran backward. No, I doubt it.
All right, Will Power out of it early. Obviously devastated not to win this championship.
Not too soon there, Marty. We still have a lot of racing to go, and Hunter-Reay's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, but you just really feel sorry for Will Power and the gallant battle that he has waged the last 3 years to win the championship, failing the last 2 and now possibly tonight. But again, let's not call the champion until it has been decided. As you heard, 1 to go at the line. We'll go back to racing with Hildebrand at the front of the field and Ed Carpenter second. Rubens Barrichello running third. Tony Kanaan is fourth. Takuma Sato is fifth. And there is Liz Cannon Power, his wife.
Oh, good to see her smiling. The anguish on her face.
Yeah.
Wow. When you could read her lips and saying he crashed. She was in shock. He crashed.
Ryan Hunter-Reay.
That royal purple sign and have her all spooled and ready to go.
Ryan Hunter-Reay is in 12th spot now as we get ready for the restart. There he is, back of Franchitti. Castro Nevis also up ahead, as is Tagliani.
So he needs 9 more points.
And I think this is even more nerve-wracking now for Ryan because although Power is sitting in pit lane, you have to be aggressive but be careful. That's a very tough balance to do as a race car driver, and he's gonna be standing up in the seat.
Green.
Restart. Oriol Serbia given a drive-through penalty for too many men over the wall. Don't see that very often.
Somebody got a good run on the high side.
Wow, look at that.
Kanaan, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Rubens Barrichello and Tony Kanaan, those are teammates, and they might go 3 wide if Sato goes low.
3 cars there, outside.
And another drive-through penalty for the 5 car. Jay Viso will have a drive-through for jumping the start.
Man, Hinchcliffe's making some moves, too. Or they're making moves on him, I'm not sure, but
he was up in the dust.
He was very close to the wall.
Sun is still a factor.
Oh, my.
Look at
Barrichello. He's in a gaggle of cars there.
Interesting to watch these two teammates race each other here, both in the blue cars, looking to go side by side. One of the main reasons Rubens Barrichello came over to the U.S. is he wanted to run and race with his friend. He calls his brother, Tony Kanaan. Reports, including our Robin Miller, say that Rubens is likely to move on. Schmidt Hamilton has been a possible destination. I talked to Tony about that yesterday. He said, that's okay. We'd still be in the same paddock. We can deal with not being on the same teams. He said, if I have a teammate next to me, I just would like it to be someone that can help me, not a young developmental driver.
Hinchcliffe and Tagliani are going at it for 7th position, and Marco Andretti is right there also. Good 3-car battle here. Low, middle, and high.
Championship is now down to 8 points.
And Hinchcliffe in that green car, it just looks like he's struggling a little bit on the entry of the corners. He's having to back out of that thing, and he's losing a lot of time there.
With Will finishing 25th, Ryan Hunter-Reay can finish 6th and win by 1 point.
Now he drops back. It's 9 points. Now back to 8 as that position changes as he crosses those timing lines.
Ryan on the inside of Elio.
We're seeing the sun starting to set. The track temperature is now 106. As the track temperature drops, they will be more friendly to drive. But right now, that sun coming off of 2 is, it's tough.
Sure is.
Kitty closing.
Ryan Hunter-Reay told me going into the Baltimore race that we needed a Hail Mary to get back in this championship, and my receiver caught it in the end zone. He said we need another Hail Mary going into this race, but the difference is last time we were at our own 40, so we had to go 60 yards. Now it's just 40 yards or so. But I think after what's happened, it's safe to say he just needs first downs at this point. He get positive yardage. He doesn't even have to score a touchdown now.
Now, one thing,
he's in the middle of it right now.
Yeah. One thing that's on his mind, don't forget, where Will Power hit the wall is the exact place that Ryan Hunter-Reay hit the wall in the test day.
Right.
So that's got to be in the back of his mind that he has had an issue there himself. He's got to be sure he doesn't have another.
In fact, just about everything we've seen this weekend has been in turn number 2. That's where Justin Wilson crashed. Ryan Hunter-Reay in testing on Wednesday, and now Will Power. Wade Cunningham also with a problem last night of the final practice.
Whatever adjustments they've made on Hunter-Reay's car, it looks like they've gone in the right direction because he's certainly been passing some cars.
Championship now down to 5 points.
And up front, we have a battle for the lead. That's Ed Carpenter.
Yes, nice on the high side.
Yeah, he's up there where Hildebrand was running, and now Carpenter is going to get the lead temporarily.
Clear.
Pulling ahead of Hildebrand. Nice job for Ed. He has led 7 laps, but he takes the lead once again. We have a non-stop coming up, so you'll continue to see the action here at Auto Club Speedway. It's the Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil, being led by Ed Carpenter. Another caution here at Auto Club Speedway for the guy who has led most of the laps here tonight, J.R. Hildebrand. Quickly to Chris Neville.
Well, it sounds like he got into the wall off turn 4. We see the team right there trying to take a look at the suspension on the right rear corner. Trying to listen to the team right now. It sounds like there is some damage, so this is going to be a lengthy stop. He was doing his best to try and run that high line, but starting to tell Pancho Carter on the radio that the car just wasn't working as well up there. Bob?
Yeah, it looked like when he was racing Carpenter earlier, he got a little bit loose there when he was on the low side, just a touch. And then it just continued to get worse for him.
And here they come. Another round of pit stops coming up.
Give me tires.
Carpenter up top, Sato in the middle, and Hunter Ray on the bottom.
2, 1, back down, back.
Carpenter and Sato first and second.
Be pretty quick here.
They won't need, the reason it's quick, they don't need a lot of fuel.
All clear, all the way out. 2, 1.
Less than a 7-second stop for Ed Carpenter. An owner-driver this year. We watched Ryan Hunter Ray at the bottom of the screen, just a little over 7-second pit stop. And the scramble off pit road. Kanan will gain 3. Dixon up 1. Sato lost 2 positions, and Barrichello also lost 2. Ryan Hunter Ray will come out in the same place that he went in.
Don't forget his teammates. Could play a big part in this championship.
Yes. That's something you need to teammates, though. Yes.
All right, let's take a replay of what happened to J.R. Hildebrand. Carpenter's in front here.
Yeah, you watch him right here. He just breaks loose on him, and he did a great job.
Yes,
he's saving it.
But unfortunately, the car is damaged, and it's going to take JR out of contention. Crew continues to work on the National Guard entry from Panther Racing.
Those guys, Panther just, remember, they're so good on the ovals.
Yep.
And they really were tough to beat at a lot of those racetracks, especially on Texas.
Kevin?
After this pit stop, Michael Andretti just told Ryan Hunter Ray, let's try to pick up a little bit more time. Come in a little bit quicker. We're losing time on the way in. And I think from Hunter Ray's perspective, he just wants to make sure he's a little more conservative at this point. Doesn't want to face any kind of a penalty on pit road.
Yeah, pit road can be a place when you're going to make 6. Well, it was 6. Actually, now they have 1, 2, 3, 4 pit stops left if they stay on this particular strategy. And man, oh man, that is a place where it can get away from you. Will Power knows that. And just so you know, we will not know who is the champion until the final lap, as long as there are 6 cars running. Because Ryan Hunter Ray has to finish 6th or better, and if the car broke somehow with 1 lap to go, he could drop out of that spot. So we may see who is the virtual leader at times, but you really won't know until the final lap.
Charlie Kimball is coming in.
Come on in.
James Jakes did not pit. He's the leader.
Okay, tires are coming off.
He led a lap at Iowa, and Jakes is back in the lead here at Fontana.
Well, I think he's going to find out what it's like to get past when the green flag drops, because when you're sitting out there on older tires and everybody else, they're going to be passing them on both sides.
Yeah. Charlie Kimball will move back onto the racetrack. Join the field.
Back is right there. No need to hurry. They're right there. Right there.
It's not going to be long before the sun is no longer a factor. I'm not sure it is right now.
Yeah, I think they pretty much have it beat down, Bob.
Yeah. And Hildebrand is back on the track. Only 3 laps down. Of course, they were all at reduced speed while they did the repairs on the car. So he's only 3 down. He'll be in 21st position as they come out. Down to Chris with John Barnes.
Well, John Barnes standing by, watching his driver here in pit lane as they were trying to fix the car. John, did JR say anything about the contact with the wall?
No, we just he just said to hit the right rear. We come in, assess the damage, fix the toe link, and go at it again.
Well, they're down 3 laps now, so they got a lot to make up, guys.
Lights still on atop the pace car, so we will go at least one more lap before we get the green. There's Ryan Hunter-Ray in 8th. Give you the top 10. It's Jake's leading. Carpenter second. Then Dixon, Sato, Barrichello, Andretti, Kanaan, Hunter-Ray, Briscoe, and Castroneves. Running 11th is Franchitti. Alex Tagliani is in 12th. The other cars on the lead lap: Saavedra, Hinchcliffe, Pagano, Rahal, Wilson, Legg, and Serbia.
Hey, Bobby. You know, I saw Kevin Kalkoven walking into Ed Carpenter's trailer earlier today, along with Tony George, and the talk has been maybe KV Racing will be down to 1 car next year. Maybe they can merge with Ed Carpenter Racing. Tony Kanaan and Ed Carpenter can be teammates, and I think that, you know, maybe there's going to be 2 or 3 teams in the paddock looking at that. But for Ed, just think how competitive he's been at ovals the last couple of years.
Yep.
And if Fuzzy's being a new sponsor or anything, if they can have some good results in the road courses, I mean, it might be a great marriage.
Yep. Silly season's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, Robin, in the next 3 or 4 months?
Oh, yeah. I wish I was the agent for some of these guys.
I think you are.
Well, I am the unofficial agent, John, but I don't get paid. That's right. NBC pays me so much I don't need to be paid.
That's right.
Going to start off on the bottom.
All right, here we go. Oh! Justin Wilson has had...
Catherine Lane.
Yes.
Huh. Now, what could have possibly caused that?
I wonder if someone got in the back of Justin to turn him around.
They were running.
Are you running there, Justin, or what do you think?
17th and 18th.
He's got some flat spots on there, that's for sure.
Sure enough.
Yep.
Got some contact from behind.
Wow.
Catherine Legg. Wow.
Catherine will come to the pits.
Okay. 3. Go sinking in real slow here, Catherine. Real slow. Take your
Probably some wing damage there. I can see the wing moving around. Yeah.
Yep, you're right. New nose.
You can easily get that done in time to not lose a lap. Don't even bother with fuel because she had just been on pit road.
See Justin Wilson's team clapping, not very happy.
Yeah, that was a sarcastic move there.
Yeah, that hurts because he goes a lap down now.
Yep.
No fault of his own.
Emergency mode. You're going to have to run emergency
He was on the binders trying to slow. I think it was Jake's. No, it wasn't Jake's, but Jake's is up in front. But he was definitely slowing. Might have been Cunningham, red, white, blue.
So an incident under caution here. We'll continue our caution period. James Jakes leads over Ed Carpenter at Fontana. Great aerial shot of the Inland Empire here in Fontana, California. You can see that the sun is just about to dip below the mountains. If you have just joined us, we had some incredible stuff here at just over lap number 50 when one of the championship contenders had a problem. Jan?
But Bob, of course, when it got started, the sun was much higher, but it was a clean start for everyone. But we saw right away that it was Will Power that started to drop back. Didn't have the kind of handling that he wanted. So while he is dropping back, however, up front, great battle. Marco Andretti, J.R. Hildebrand side by side. That's Tony Kanaan also on the high side. Then later on, it was the 2 championship contenders battling together. But here's the moment you were just talking about. Catches a seam and it goes away for Will Power. The championship may go away depending. His wife Elizabeth can't believe it, along with us in the booth. Unbelievable at this stage as the car makes its way to the garage, and it's just basically picking up parts now. That's not going to get back on track.
That's our Firestone race recap here with 84 laps completed in this 250-lap race, 500 miles. Pace car comes in. Oh, look at Sato going to the outside, and Andretti also.
Green flag, green flag.
And we're green. That's James Jakes, the leader now. Ryan Hunter-Reay drops to the inside, makes it 3 wide. Jakes hangs on to the lead. Carpenter's right on his gearbox, though.
When you said hang on, he was hanging on going through turns 1 and 2 there.
Oh, look at Hunter-Reay. Man.
Wow. Easy.
Yeah.
Tell you what, that move right there, though, that he's in, just put him in the points lead.
By 1 point.
Yep. Hunter-Reay at the top of the racetrack now. He is in the points lead right now by 1 single marker.
Pulling away. 3 plus back.
The restart is under review. They're looking specifically at Marco Andretti, and there are the points as they run in the upper right portion of your screen. Now the interval is 5. Here's Marco moving out. Sato, look, he drops back behind Dario, but Andretti stays up there, and Ryan Hunter-Reay heads for the bottom as they sandwich Rubens Barrichello.
Looked to me like Marco got on it, then realized
he was going to hit Barrichello, so he pulled out.
Yeah, he backed off. So if they're satisfied that he gave that position back before the green, he may get away with the no call.
Marty, how many guys are working on Will's car down there?
Well, Bob, let's add to this championship drama. Jan had it right. They're picking up the pieces, but they're putting it back together for Will Power's car. Remember at the top of the show, we told you they were prepared with a complete rear end from the backup car for Will Power. They're putting it on, to answer your question, Bob, 18 guys working on this car to get Will Power back in the race. Remember, he told us he thought the engine spun backward. I talked to Dave Faustino, his engineer. He said, we don't care. We're going back out on the track.
Wow.
In fact, Will Power pulled up on his motorcycle or his scooter and went in wearing street clothes. He has gone to put on his driver's uniform. They're going to try and get this car back out for Will Power just to see if they can gain some points. Who knows?
And Marty, with the Chevrolet engine, they do not run. And here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay to the low side of his teammate
for third.
I was starting to say the Chevrolet is not running anti-stall. You'd say, who cares? What does that have to do with an oval? Well, that's one of the functions, is if you spin on an oval, it disengages the clutch so the engine will not spin backwards. Chevrolet's not using that. So, yes, that did spin backwards. Honda has decided to use it just in case.
EJ Viso is now listed out of the race. Power and his teammates now the target. If he completes 11 more laps, he gains 2 points, and Ryan Hunter-Reay has to finish 5th. So the drama is not over, folks.
Briscoe making some pretty strong moves here. Just past Hunter-Reay and Andretti.
Yes.
Puts him in the 3rd spot.
And as you guys can imagine, all the Penske drivers have been told, whatever you do, get past Ryan Hunter-Reay in that 28 car. Get some points on him if you can. For Ryan Briscoe, he actually ran over debris from Will Power's wreck. You're riding on board with him right now. They had to pit twice on the caution before this one. Fell back to 15th, clearly with a very fast car, making his way back up through the field. Right now, 3rd.
And I think Marco just got the call to let Ryan Hunter by. Maybe.
It's early yet, but certainly whatever you do, see if you can help him.
They continue to battle side by side for 3rd position. Elio down to the inside of Marco.
Which is exactly what Marty was just talking about. Penske drivers, please come to the front.
Takuma Sato is in that mix also. Paul Starr Superstar Indy for live in-car cameras, driver pit crew chatter, and more. Download IndyCar Mobile only from Verizon.
Hey, Booth, I have an observation.
Yes?
When the sun was out, the leaders were running 206 and 207. Now they're running 211 to 214, Mr. Beekus.
Yes, there is the advantage of those cooler temperatures. I will grab that for you.
Oh, man, they touched, didn't they? Ryan Hunter-Reay and Briscoe, if they didn't, they came awfully close.
Wow.
He told you those Penske drivers are told to be aggressive. Yeah. Whatever it takes. That's Helio Castroneves passing him for another spot.
So to answer Robin's question, 92 is the ambient. Track is down to 102. Yesterday it was as high as 140, so it's dropping quickly.
I don't think we've pointed out that Ed Carpenter is a leader of this race. James Jakes has fallen back to 12th.
Which was expected.
Yeah, he was a leader on the restart, but is now back to 12th. Carpenter leads Dixon, Briscoe, Castroneves, and Sato.
But good for Jakes, staying out, getting the lap back, and hanging in there on worn tires.
Do what you were doing earlier.
Michael Andretti keeping Ryan Hunter-Reay active. Let's keep it. Let's stay after it.
To the inside of Sato.
The virtual championship, maybe I'll call it that, is now only 1 point. Well, hang on. There's a car going up around the top, so...
That put Power back up to the top.
Now Power's got the virtual lead by a point. Here comes Dario. And this is exactly what Ryan Hunter-Reay was telling me after final practice. When it falls off the knife edge of the car working, it goes away in a hurry. He said people were passing me on both sides just because the setup all of a sudden wasn't quite ideal.
Guys, just a few moments ago when Hunter-Reay lost all that track position, he was on the radio screaming, "Black flag this guy, he's blocking me." I think he was talking about Sato, correct?
He was racing with Sato.
He was talking about anybody in front of him, Kevin.
Move out of my way, I've got a chance at the championship.
Absolutely. There's another spot.
I thought I saw Ryan Hunter-Reay and Helio touch.
Outside.
Oh, he's trying to get his tear off.
Yeah, it was quite a bit after that, but still, they were awfully close when you were trying to go for a tear off.
So Ryan Hunter-Reay back to 8th now. Ed Carpenter leads here. We have completed 99 of 250 laps at Auto Club Speedway.
Working on lap 104 of 250 here at Fontana. Ryan Hunter-Reay in position to win a championship after Will Powers crashed. He needs to finish 6th, but he just radioed in and said, the car's hopping around. I think I might have a right rear broken shock. Michael Andretti said, okay, just hang on for now.
Wow. A shock is not something you could change quickly. Those dampers, as they're also known, if that's broken, that will have a severe penalty on your speed.
Watch the wheel here, especially when it goes to the corner. That's when you can tell if there's something real. Look at how he's working that wheel.
Castroneves and Sato are battling for the 3rd spot. Carpenter and Dixon are 1-2. They are working feverishly on getting Will Powers' car repaired to send him back out there. And Will came over and they
say, what?
What are you doing? Get your uniform. My what? So he's back changing clothes.
And guys, I can tell you, Will Power has just come out in his fire suit. He went into another transporter waiting for these guys to get it ready. And they're closing in on getting this Horizon car ready. So I think Will Power will be back on the racetrack in this race, despite his prediction at the medical center. So I think we'll see this 12 car back out trying to gain some points.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
the way that car looked when it was on the hook a while ago.
It's still going to be a while.
Back up front, Carpenter he's doing it.
He is.
Running very well.
He's about a second ahead of Dixon.
I'll tell you, Ed Carpenter's had really good pit stop spells, but he's only changed air pressure. No adjustments to the car at all. He says it's on rails, Chris. And right now, he's the man to beat.
Dixon still 10 back.
Well, it was Justin Wilson who won on the big oval in Texas earlier this year, but now out of the 18 car. Justin, what happened there? Was that just a big stack up?
Yeah, I don't know what happened at the front of the pack, but it was a big stack up and the according effects. I managed to get slowed down, but Catherine Legg, I think, was behind me. She did just ran to the back of us and spun me around, but the worst thing is it broke the gearbox, I think. So we couldn't get a gear, couldn't get the clutch to work. Nothing really worked after that.
That's too bad for this team. They've had a tough weekend. He had a big crash in the first practice on Friday. Spent most of the day trying to fix the car. Obviously not the way they wanted to finish the season.
And we have Rubens Barrichello's car smoking badly, causing another caution period.
Rubens right there. Right there.
And there's going to be some fire.
Get out. We're on fire. Get out. Get out.
Safety crew. It's okay. I got it.
Yeah.
We're good. Small fire.
Nonchalant.
It's okay.
Extinguish.
Got a handle on it.
Well, Barrichello's season may be over. He's had a good one, though, in his rookie season here in the IZOD IndyCar Series. Guy who had 322 starts in 19 seasons of Formula One. 11 wins in that series from 2000 to 2009.
Now, Bob, we're under caution. It's possible that you could change a rear damper, a shock for Ryan Hunter-Reay. It would be tight. I'm not sure if you could pull that off while they're behind the pace car. But would you take that risk? Mm-hmm. Or would you just do something to the car to compensate?
It's not open yet. Nearing the halfway point of this race.
I wouldn't. Would you, as a driver? I mean, I don't think I would take that chance. I mean, obviously you got to feel the car and how bad it is. But I mean, he's still sitting in 7th spot.
I would say no. I would say what you want to do. And that, of course, that is the call. That was Michael Andretti. So he will pit, and I think you do it by wing adjustment or even by pressures to try and compensate, knowing that your right rear shock is not doing the job you want.
Or deep down, you hope tires going to fix it.
Yeah. If you chose to do it under caution, you would go to the very back of the pack, of the line. Right. And you would really have to think it's a pretty serious problem. So maybe you would only do that if you dropped back so far or you didn't have the championship in the bag, then you'd almost have to.
Pit
Hearts are open. Kevin Lee.
All right, here we go. Ryan Hunter-Reay coming in. They are looking to change, give him about a quarter turn of front wing, but they don't want to give up track position. There's Ed Carpenter at the top of the triple pit. Scott Dixon running second is in the middle, and the bottom is Ryan Hunter-Reay. Dixon and Hunter-Reay are pitted together. Hunter-Reay is the first one that's in. Here we'll see Dixon come in next, make that hard left-hand turn, and then right in front of him, here will come Hunter-Reay. He has to get rowed down and comes close to Ryan Briscoe. Let's see if they feel like they have time to make the change of front wing. They might have a shock issue. No time to do that. Just a quick quarter turn. Dixon is going to beat him out. Sato as well. We've been complaining about Sato on the radio, chopping him. And Hunter-Reay is back in the chase.
But he is going to lose, let's see, one spot. Tony Kanaan advanced 2 on that series of pit stops, so he'll be second to Scott Dixon, who picks up the lead. Or does he? No, Ed Carpenter's still in the lead. We'll take another break here with 110 laps completed here at Fontana and Auto Club Speedway. Back in a moment. The Mavtv 500, presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Mother's Polish. There's no shine like Mother's. And by iZod. Go to iZod.com to see the latest in iZod color and performance. Great aerial coverage tonight here of this final race of the 2012 iZod IndyCar Series. It's brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Just a great shot of our location, which is about 50 miles east of LA. Barracuda Networks, powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, apps, and data for businesses of all sizes. Well, it never ceases to amaze me how the final race of this series always goes to the final race. The championship goes to the final race. And for the last 3 years, we've had a dramatic situation in the early going involving Will Power, but it ain't over yet.
You're shaking up because of this shot, aren't you? We had a great telecast going until they screwed this up.
Thanks a lot. All right, Marty, bail me, quick.
Well, guys, I was getting ready to talk to Will Power. Radio's jumped in, but I talked to Dave Faustina. They're about 90% done with the car. In fact, you see Will putting his earplugs in. We'll get a word with him. And how about the job your guys have done here, Will?
Fantastic to get that thing back together for us to do, if we can, 12 laps, fill it out, see how it is, and yeah, man, it's crossed.
No, they might not be out of the thing. They did not put it on a setup pad, though, so he's going to be flying it by the seat of his pants, Chris.
Well, Rubens Barrichello has made his way back to pit lane down here, and Rubens, you were running great there, top 5 most of the night. What happened to the car?
I think we lost the motor. It's it was strange because I was losing some speed on the straight already, and I kept on asking them because I felt like we were losing a little bit of power, but I was having a great run. It was fantastic to run up there, and I wish I was in there because it would have really. I think that we had a chance for a top 3 today.
Yeah, so much success in Formula One. Obviously great on the road courses, but you're starting to like these ovals, aren't you?
Well, I think it was a new experience. It's a new and everything, set up and everything else. But I think we're starting to enjoy. I want to be back.
And we hope he is back in the series. He's increased the popularity of this series in South America greatly.
I'll go back to what Marty said, not putting this car on a pad. And what he meant by that is, to get the setup right, get it all, to where they've been running practice-wise. So you go out there as a driver, barreling down in a corner 200 miles per hour. You really have got to be careful those first couple laps when you're Will Power because you have no idea what that car is going to do right now.
Very true. We're getting set for the restart. Ed Carpenter is the leader of the race. We're nearing the halfway point. He's led 38 of 114 laps, 3 cautions, and there are 17 cars of the 26 that started on the lead lap. And Paul Blevin waves the green flag, and we are back to competition. The most laps that Ed ever led in a race previous to tonight was 34 laps at Kentucky in 2009. He has now led 39.
Frankie
Cannon.
Outside.
Tony Kanaan making some noise up high. Kevin has more on Tony Kanaan.
And this has been an impressive run for Tony Kanaan, looking for his first win since Iowa a couple of years ago. He started third and was running third, but during that pit stop sequence before, during a yellow, the weight jacker froze. He wanted to reset the car. They told him to do it, but there's always a risk the car could shut down. It did, so he lost several positions under yellow, tried to get the back. IndyCar said, no, you got to stay there. So he restarted in 12th, worked his way back up to 4th, and picked up 2 positions on that most recent pit stop.
Now the Ganassi cars battle for 3rd position. Scott Dixon up high and Franchitti down low as Will gets strapped in.
And of course, the goal for Will Power, you heard him say it, we just need 12 laps. 12 laps would put him 1 position ahead of E.J. Visto, who has retired.
At the moment.
Whoa! That was a contact.
No kidding. Who was it?
Graham Rahal, I believe.
Yeah, Rahal. And boy, he got into it pretty good too. Yeah, he feels something's wrong with that car.
Simon Pagenaud going around the top side.
Man, that thing just took off.
Yeah, it did.
And it looks like Hinchcliffe got in the wall as well.
Hinchcliffe also.
Up front, a 3-car battle for the lead now. That is Dixon, yeah.
These target cars, both of them coming. You think they tune for nighttime?
Battle for second, Dixon and Kanaan with Franchitti looking on.
Leaders now doing, that time, Ed Carpenter, 2:13. Speeds are really coming up.
Whoa, Carpenter's up high that time.
Ed Carpenter has completed all but 13 laps this year. He is 3rd behind Elio and Simon, and he had a good streak going, finishing all laps until Baltimore. And the restart is under review for the 27 car of Hinchcliffe. leaders so far tonight. 12 lead changes, 5 laps away from the halfway point.
You know, just watching these guys now, John, you can tell that there's a lot more grip in the racetrack, just the way they're racing each other right now.
Here comes Will out from the garage area.
And Bob, just an incredible scene down here. We're all kind of running along with the car. About 50 people out here watching them get the car ready. 20 crew members from Penske, from all the teams, from all the 3 Penske teams, working on the car for Will Power. They're going to push him out here, and they're going to crank up the engine, and Will Power will be back in this race.
How about that, sports fans? James Hinchcliffe will be given a drive-through penalty for jumping the restart. Hinchcliffe with a drive-through, and Dixon will go to the bottom and try to get the lead from Carpenter.
Carpenter's running such a good line right now. It's very difficult for somebody to make a pass there. Now, see, he took the line away because Carpenter would go down low and let the car drift. So Dixon took that line away from Carpenter. He may just get the lead.
Yep. And he will. Scott Dixon.
And he's kicking up dust on the low side. So we've seen people get high and go where no one's gone before. Scott Dixon is so low, he's gone where no one has driven today.
And Will Power goes back in the race on lap 123.
Now, they will only let him continue if he stays within 105% of the lead pace.
Come on up. You're all clear. All clear. Nobody coming.
Where's that, John?
I'll do some calculating for you. Hang on.
And, guys, you should see the scene back here on pit road as the crew members walk back. Crew members from other teams are coming out high-fiving Will Power's crew. They know what an incredible feat. As Dave Faustino told me, we may not win the championship, but you can't say we didn't try.
Absolutely.
I don't think have you ever seen that before? You guys put a car back together like that in any car?
It is incredible. Elio Castroneves moves up a spot, passing Franchitti. Elio is now 4th. Halfway point is reached in our race tonight. It's a non-stop. You will continue to watch the action as we take a break. Halfway through the Mavtv 500, presented by Lucas Oil.
And That's Tim Cindric on the radio with Will Power. We're back at Fontana. He's going to come down pit road and take some new tires on. And you heard him take that front wing out. Car all over the place, as you would imagine. As Wally talked about, they did not put on the setup pad, so they didn't really know what they would have. So they're in here more as a precautionary procedure and trying to meet the minimum speed. That's their goal. No hurry here. Get all 4 tires on. Take the wing out like he wants. The car extremely loose. In fact, you see him take another half turn out. Will Power going back out on the racetrack.
And Marty, when you say minimum speed, I said before the break 105% of the leader's pace. That's about 202 miles an hour is what he, at this stage, is going to need. And you can see he was well short of that.
A lot of traffic coming.
Alex Tagliani has gone to 7th place, getting around Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is 8th.
Kanan's got a run.
Yeah,
I thought he did.
Kanan in 2nd. There's your first 2, Dixon and Kanan. Carpenter and Castro Nevis are 3rd and 4th.
I don't think there's anybody running any higher than Kanan today.
Yeah.
He's been way up there.
He's got a good race going here. Let's see if he can grab the lead.
Well, guys, just listening to Ed Carpenter on the radio, he's not happy with that car at this point in time. Since we've gone back to green, he said the car has gone very tight. What they did is they added air pressure to the rear tires in that car on the last stop. Next stop they do, they're going to go back to that previous air pressure.
Nice long race. You have opportunities to just kind of fine-tune that setup.
Tracking the points championship, Will Power still has the points lead at this stage of the race by 3 over Ryan Hunter-Reay. And some great racing going on up front.
Yeah, Kanan's got a good run there because Dixon had to pull the car down because Kanan was up there. He couldn't drift up like he did the lap before.
There you go. And if Kanan makes it back, and here's a position for Ryan Hunter-Reay potentially.
That's Joseph Newgarden, who is 6 laps down, but Ryan Hunter-Reay is 8th.
This is what you really don't want when you're running for a championship, is to be racing with somebody or racing around somebody that's 6 laps down. And I'm sure Hunter-Reay is probably not real happy about it at the moment.
You can get the sense that Joseph is, I mean, he's trying his best, but that car's moving around a lot.
And I don't really see the point. I mean, you're 6 laps down. Right. You're racing against a guy that if you make a mistake, you are going to ruin the championship for somebody. I don't get it.
Sarah Fisher, the owner of this car. Her daughter and Andy O'Gara's daughter Zoe turned 1 last Thursday.
That's the kind of stuff right there like you're talking about, Ryan.
If I was Ryan Hunter-Reay right now, I'd be screaming on the radio.
And Will Power comes back into the pits.
Again, they can go out and come back in, always, trying to get the speed.
And guys, for Will Power, this will just be a drive-through down pit road, trying to get out of the traffic more than anything else and put himself out in clean racetrack.
It may be, because obviously at first glance I was mistaken saying it was the position. Obviously it's clearly not. Ryan Hunter-Reay, he may not be aware. Now we just heard the radio that he's backed off. But for a while there, he may not have been aware that he was that many laps down and just was doing his job out there racing hard.
That's true. I bet you Michaels was saying something, though.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Andretti.
Absolutely. He probably had a nice friendly conversation with the officials.
Down down to Kevin Lee.
Well, anytime you're leading a race or in position to win a championship, every little thing worries you. The latest for Ryan Hunter-Reay, the oil temp light came on. He told Michael Andretti, and they said, it's okay, don't worry about it. But you're still going to worry about it if you're in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah.
So the championship battle continues despite Will Power's accident. Michael Andretti hopes Ryan Hunter-Reay will win. Tim Cindric hopes that Will Power can still pull it out. The Astor Challenge Cup is what they are going for tonight. Will Power made a few laps, but now they are going back to the garage area once again. But he still has the championship points lead by 5 over Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is running in 8th position. Power with a massive crash earlier. They made an incredible repair of the car, and now they put the car back on the pad, Marty.
And you hear Tim Cindric describing the scenarios to Will Power. He just asked how many positions do we have to get to actually have it make a difference, and that's what they're trying to figure out right now. So here's what they're going to do. They put on new tires. Now they're going to put it on the setup pad with Will Power in the car, trying to get the car ready so it is ready to go back out. I think they will go back out in a moment, but again, as we've talked about, they have a lot of positions to gain if they're going to gain any points tonight. But as Tim Cindric just pointed out, long way to go in this race, so you never know what could happen.
Yep.
And they were successful. They did do their 12 laps to overtake E.J. Viso. But as you heard Tim Cindric, because the points paid the same down at that level, he would actually have to move way up in the standings to gain any more.
Why not pull Briscoe in, tell him to get out of the seat, Will Power get in the seat?
No, not allowed by the regs.
They used to do it.
Kevin?
Well, Tony Kanaan leading here in this 500-mile race. His problems, issues, near misses at Indianapolis well documented. He might be the best driver of his generation that hasn't won the 500, but he has won a 500-mile race before, back in 1999 at Michigan International. Max Pappas was leading late, ran out of fuel, and Kanaan held off Juan Pablo Montoya by 0.03 of a second.
Wow. Well, Kanaan is the leader right now by about 2 seconds over Helio Castroneves, who you saw battling with Scott Dixon a few minutes ago. And Castroneves, Dixon, Sato, and Carpenter are your top 5. The research has been done at Richmond in 2002. The Penske team rebuilt Helio's car after he crashed early in the race. They lost 122 laps. Helio finished 17th. He gained 5 positions because of the repairs made that night. And Tony Kanaan drops down off the banking and will make a pit stop.
And this is a routine pit stop. We're going to see lots of cars on pit road in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Kanaan coming in at 60 miles an hour. He said before this race, by the way, that he was a little bit concerned about the downforce level, but he trusted the judgment of IndyCar, and he was going to simply do the best he can. I think it's going pretty well for Tony Kanaan. Pitting from the lead here. He will have mostly a clear out. Scott Dixon is going to pit in just a moment. You see his guys setting out the tires, and we'll see Dixon come in just a moment. Dixon now is running in the 2nd position. Pretty decent stop for Kanaan, and he is back out. And here comes Scott Dixon peeling off.
Mike Hall on the radio.
Marty?
Well, guys, Helio Castroneves has driven his way up to the lead in this race. The cars, they've made no changes on the last 2 stops for Helio as he has come to pit road. He's going to come to pit road this time as well. Now we're watching Scott Dixon hit pit road right now. But Helio Castroneves, your leader, coming to pit road as well as Scott Dixon.
They're laid out for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
You can see how the coordination, how they pull that rear tire out of the way to help their neighbors.
Marco Andretti is in.
Oh, stalled it.
Whoops. Ryan Briscoe pitted right behind him.
Captain Nevis is coming in.
Yeah. There goes Ryan.
Oh, almost got his teammate.
Crazy close on pit road, guys, and they held Marco Andretti, as you see back there, and they actually told Helio Castroneves, John Erickson told him on the radio, Marco Andretti is going to be coming out from Ryan Hunter-Reay in front of you, Kevin.
Watch what Josh Freund is doing there on the outside front. They do have a concern about the oil temperature, so they pulled away the shutter on the front to cool it down a little bit, and they also made a wing adjustment. Hunter-Reay is back out, and Takuma Sato is now our leader.
And Alex Tagliani runs in second position as these pit stops are occurring here with 99 laps to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay gets back up to speed down the backstretch.
Sato hasn't pitted yet, so this will change.
And here comes Takuma. And Robin is in the Sato pit.
Bobby, Reverend Bobby Rahal has been telling Takuma, this is just like Indy. You're exactly where you need to be. He comes in, hits his marks, doesn't even skid to a stop, 4 tires. Doesn't look like any changes because he's really happy with the balance of the car right now. The Rahal's saying, look, we got a long way to go. This is just like Indy. Just listen to me. You got to trust me.
Zero your fuel meter. Clear out.
You can see the black armbands on the crew for Rahal Letterman Racing, of course, because of the passing of Scott Remke, former COO, and there's decals on the car as well, and they would love to win one for Scott.
Car coming through turn 1 now.
And so this becomes the battle for the lead as James Hinchcliffe comes to pit lane. He was running 17th, did lose a lap because of the drive-through earlier. And here is the battle for the lead, Dixon and Kanaan. Dixon up to the bottom and Kanaan up high. Tony Kanaan's last win on the oval in Iowa in 2010.
Fuel now, but they have fresh tires, and the track continues to cool now down to 100 degrees.
Wow, cold front, huh?
Well, it doesn't sound like a lot when it was 140 in the middle of the day.
James Dakes will get a drive-through penalty, as we will take another break here with less than 100 laps to go in this 500-miler for the World Championships. The NBC Sports Network hopes you're enjoying the Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil from Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California. The finale. Right now, Will Power is still in the points lead by 5 over Ryan Hunter-Reay. Hunter-Reay is currently in 8th position. All right, Izod takes us through the field.
And we start with our leader, Tony Kanaan, looking for his first win in a couple of years. Also can move up a little bit in the championship standings. Came in 8th, but just 2 points behind 7th place James Hinchcliffe. Also of note, he's battling for the Oval Championship, the A.J. Foyt Trophy with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Tied coming in right now. He's ahead of Hunter-Reay, so would have that advantage. Slide back now to Scott Dixon, about 6 or 7 car lengths behind, running in the 2nd position. Also an opportunity to move up in the championship. He's 4th, just 1 point behind Elio Castroneves. Marty?
And you mentioned that battle between Dixon and Elio Castroneves. He knows that's the guy he's got to beat today in terms of Castroneves having to beat Dixon if he wants to hang on to 3rd in the championship standings. Of course, he's going to hang out in L.A. for Dancing with the Stars after this. Right now, car excellent. They've made no changes on the last 3 stops, Robin.
Takuma Sato's never won an IndyCar race, kids, but guess what? If he's just a little more patient, like Bob Rahal said, he was just like Indy. When he tried to pass Dario Franchitti on the next lap, didn't quite pull it off and hit the fence, but he's got a good pace right now. Him and Ed Carpenter, who are running 5th. Carpenter led 39 laps earlier. He's been in the hunt all night. He's never been out of the top 5. He hadn't changed his car much. He loves the ovals, and he's on a real part of finishing the top 5, Kevin.
Robin, also a really nice run for Alex Tagliani tonight. He started 16th, has worked his way up to the 6th position. Keep in mind, though, he had an engine penalty, so he qualified 6th, so he's had good pace. The bumps, though, he said were a problem. He's got an extra pad on his right hand because of so many bumps and different types of things coming off the track, hitting him in his hand, Marty.
Kevin lurking right behind Dario Franchitti. Last time we were in Fontana with IndyCar, Franchitti won. That was 2005. Trying to make the move under tags to make the pass for the 6th position. Car very good for Franchitti, starting to get loose. So later we go. Kevin.
Ryan Hunter-Reay came in saying, I don't have any pressure. The pressure is on Will Power at this point. Regardless of what happens, I have had a great season. I'm going to guess he feels a little bit more pressure now. It's in his hands to some extent. Running in 8th, but he needs to pick up 3 more positions, I believe, to win the championship.
Simon Pagenaud's had a quiet night. No problems. He's just trying to get to the finish. The more experience gained, the better for him.
For Ryan Briscoe, he's back in the 10th position, hanging on to a car that's a little bit too loose right now. What a strong finish it's been for the season for Ryan Briscoe. 1st and 2nd in the last 2 races. He's jumped from 9th to 6th in the championship standings, and if he can gain a few more spots, could finish in the top 5 for the season. An impressive finish to the season for Ryan Briscoe. Marco Andretti got blocked on pit road, as we saw last time. Stalled the engine, but came out in 11th, actually gaining some time on the leaders. Pretty quick right now for Marco, trying to get back into the top 10.
Graham Rahal is hanging in there pretty well. Remember, he brushed the wall a little while ago. He said no damage. They said everything's fine. Keep going. This also might be his last race for Ganassi Racing. Everyone seems to think that he's headed back to his dad's team, where he drove for him in the 500 a couple of years ago.
Well, Catherine Legge had a pretty quiet night. She started 7th, has run pretty close to the top 10. Hasn't been too happy with that car, but it's just been smooth and consistent all night, just trying to let this race come to her.
Up. And those are the first 13. James Jakes is running 14th, Hinchcliffe 15th, and Kimball, Hildebrand, Cunningham, Serbia, and Newgarden, the cars that are still out there. Now, Charlie Kimball was given a drive-through penalty for running over an air hose in the pit area moments ago. Now, there is, again, the battle for the lead as Kanaan continues to set the pace, and he has now led 28 laps of this event. Scott Dixon running in 2nd position. 3rd belongs to Elio Castroneves. 4th is Takuma Sato. And Ed Carpenter runs 5th. Kanaan leads the Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. The advantage he has over Scott Dixon is about 1 second, but there's a bit of a concern with Tony Kanaan's car.
You see it right there.
Yeah.
Engine cover gap.
Yeah.
Now, I had seen that quite a long time ago. At first, I just thought it was because of the lighting, and when you see it go by the post here, I thought maybe it was just an effect of the shadows. So it has been actually doing that for quite a long time, so that's good news for Tony. I doubt they would black flag him if just for it fluttering. Only if all of a sudden, if it starts going more than that, it starts getting some air in there, that thing could rip off and that could be an issue. But I doubt they would take somebody out of the lead for that. It'd have to get worse.
Well, before, when we heard this report, the race control mentioned it, the team couldn't find it. They were doing the same thing as us, watching the monitors, didn't know if it was a glare or not, but they saw it just as you guys saw it, that it's shaking a little bit. They're scrambling a little bit. They're ready, but they're making no signs to pit at this point. But other team radio traffic, they're telling other drivers, hey, be aware of this. That thing could fly off at some point.
All right, Ed Carpenter now has dropped back to 5th position. We eavesdropped on some radio transmission just a few laps ago.
It really doesn't feel like we even made a change last time. We might be chasing the conditions here. It's getting quite a bit cooler.
And the track conditions have changed. Bob, we're under 100 now.
Wow.
97, and it's a mere 89 degrees outside.
It's your coach.
It is still hot, but certainly the track temperature is coming down, and these cars are so sensitive to that.
Chasing Castro Neves now. He's P4, running 205.
And he would be about 3 seconds ahead of Carpenter. Oh, you really got to say nice job for Takuma Sato so far tonight.
Yes.
He is in 3rd position, running a very, very solid race. Robin talked about his performance at the Indianapolis 500. We know how that ended against the wall down at the south end of the racetrack in the closing lap, but boy, he has just driven a great race tonight.
Hey, Bobby, his favorite expression is job done. And just as he was pulling up, he got to 2nd place and said job done. I think he just passed Dixon. And we just got the Bruce Rankini's car at Indy. He said, job almost done. Not quite done. Car done.
There's the racing legend, Bobby Rahal. And the black armband, as Jan told you a little bit earlier, for the longtime COO of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, Scott Remke, who passed away a week ago. Simon Pagenaud has hung right in there tonight. He's in the top 10, running in 9th. Still on the lead lap. There are 10 cars on the lead lap now. Marco Andretti, the most recent to go down a lap. He was the pole sitter of this race, but is now 1 lap down to the field in 11th spot. But Pagenaud is about 25 seconds behind the leader, and he'll be even more because he's going to be in.
Rob Edwards talking to him on the radio. He will pit. It's in the window. You could pit now and have only one more stop before the end of the race. So if you're having problems with handling, go ahead and pit early. Could also be a bonus for Kanaan. If and when he makes a pit stop, you can use some helicopter tape, as it's known. They put it on the rotors of helicopters. They put it on all the body seams where they're allowed. And I'm sure they would allow them to slap some helicopter tape in this instance to be sure that engine cover doesn't come off.
Pagenaud relinquishes 9th position, Chris Neville.
Yeah, he's having to pit a couple laps earlier than everybody else because on the last stop he had to come in early because that car was overheating. They had a bunch of debris in the radiators. They had to open those radiators up. You can see the crew member right now reaching in there trying to clean that out. That was also an issue with Oriol Servia's car. So Pagenaud trying to stay up in the top 10.
Another driver who has done an outstanding job this year, currently 6th in the point standings. He and Kanan actually, at the moment, are tied for 5th in the point standings, 76 back. Ryan Hunter-Reay now 5 points behind Will Power, as Power continues to hang on to the championship lead. Ryan is going to have to gain some positions here to win the championship. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Alex Tagliani. I make that Graham Rahal and Alex Tagliani. 178 of 250 laps completed. We'll be back in a moment. And our 4th caution of the evening waves over the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana as Ryan Briscoe has brought out another caution, and he got up into the wall in turns 3 and 4.
Wow, he entered high. He was in the dirt when he went to turn in. But didn't it look like that was pretty high entrance?
That was very high. I mean, but that's what some people have been running.
And I tell you what, that really saved Hunter-Reay, guys, because he was about to go a lap down. So this caution saved those guys.
Now, anyone that we saw hit just before that, Pagano was one we saw.
Yes.
Anyone else, that was very bad news, because now everyone else can do it under caution. And now, if Castroneves happened to be in the pits during that, he might not. But for Pagano, who hit it a lap before, that's going to put you a lap down.
Well, is this Ryan Briscoe's last drive for Penske Racing? One of the stories that you will follow during silly season after this race. They're doing a lot of work there on the right rear of the car.
Doesn't that put Castroneves back in front of them? If all these guys pit, though, he'll be at the tail end of the lead lap, but he'll be on the same lap. No?
If everyone peels off, then you would move up to the front and have an opportunity to be at the tail end, yes. But everyone would have to peel off in front for that to work. You'd have to be the leader of your group for that to work.
You guys, you see him working on Ryan Briscoe's car. Roger Penske's calling for a new front wing as well. He thinks there might be a little bit of damage there, but the concern is the right rear suspension. Trying to get it fixed, trying to get Ryan Briscoe back out before everybody else hits pit road, and it's going to be a busy place. Should be interesting to see where these guys all pit and cycle back out together as well.
I'm not sure they're going to get him out before that. If there's a bent wishbone on the bottom, which I'm not sure what it is.
All right, let's get out to Chris Neville.
Takuma Sato right now running in 3rd. I just checked in with Bobby Rahal. He said he talked to Takuma, asked if he was comfortable running up front. Takuma said, yes, I am. The car is a little bit tight, but Bobby Rahal didn't think that they were going to make any changes on this stop. Takuma Sato very happy with that car all night. So just fuel and tires. Kevin?
3 contenders all pitted together. The leader, Tony Kanaan, is going to be the first to hit. There you see Scott Dixon. He's going to come in right in front of him, and a little bit later, we'll see. There's Ryan Hunter-Reay coming into your screen right in front of Dixon. He picked up a spot with Briscoe into the wall. He moves up to 7th. Back there, we're seeing Kanaan change attach that engine count. Dixon is going to get up first of this group, and then Alex Tagliani is going in front of Sato, and Carpenter comes out right in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay. I don't think Hunter-Reay picked up any positions there, and they're still working on Kanaan's car, trying to attach that engine cowling.
Wow, that's too bad. He's got his work cut out for him now after leading, let's see, 47 laps. Kanaan has been in front for 47 laps. The sweeper is on the track.
And remember, he's in a battle for the Oval Championship with this man, Ryan Hunter-Reay. They were tied in points, and so here Kanaan was leading, thinking if he could stay there, he'd at least get the Oval Championship. Now he's got to chase down Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Okay, caution once again because of Ryan Briscoe in the pits. Back with more in a moment.
under caution here at Fontana. Scott Dixon is the leader of the race over Dario Franchitti. Will Power still has the points lead by a single marker over Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is currently 6th on lap 186 of 250. Here's another Firestone race recap.
And, of course, at the start, we were going to keep a close eye on the championship contenders to see what happened. And right away, we saw that Will Power was in some trouble. He was dropping back and then found himself battling wheel to wheel with the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay. And then the moment that may or may not define the championship is here. It steps out for Will Power, and he narrowly misses contact with Ryan Hunter-Reay. They were able to work on that car. I can't believe that they got that back together, but they did enough to run 12 laps, which was enough to move ahead of E.J. Viso in the standings, which now forces Ryan Hunter-Reay tonight to have to finish 5th or better because of that. So that is all they can do for Will Power at this point. They take it back to the garage. He now is going to have to wait to see. Everything is in the hands of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And again, we had some radio conversation that we picked up involving Ryan Hunter-Reay.
We have to go to P5 because Will went out there and ran some more laps to put it to where now we have to finish P5. Copy that? Yeah, I guess. Yep.
Not what he wanted to hear.
Yeah, he went out and ran some more laps and he passed Viso, so that made it so now we have to finish in 5th instead of 6th.
Power will finish in 24th position because he did run a few laps more than E.J. Viso, who finished 25th. So Ryan is in 6th, but he needs to finish at least 5th or better to win the championship.
If you guys want to see probably almost about as good as pit stop as you'll see the Ganassi team here on Franchitti. This is poetry in motion right here. Guys, that was a great stop. That's what wins you championships.
Well, they just look so relaxed when they're doing that.
And you guys saw that little wing turn as well for Dario, loose in and a little bit too much understeer going off of the corner. And what an outstanding stop. They came down 6th, Wally. Coming down pit road, they leave 2nd. And you mentioned that's what wins you championships and maybe wins you races as well. Who knows?
Dixon, Franchitti, Tagliani, Sato, and Carpenter are your top 5 as the green comes back out again.
Hunter-Reay down on the bottom. Not liking that action.
Ed Carpenter very low with Takuma Sato right alongside. 2 target cars leading the way.
And they're side by side, Dixon and Franchitti for the lead.
Carpenter may get a spot too. Third spot.
Third, yep. Tagliani to 4th, Sato 5th.
Tony Kanaan is now also side by side just behind us. They flash by, so that's a battle for the championship overall, and in a way, a battle for the Oval Championship. Kanaan nosing ahead.
Yeah, but Carpenter moves to 2nd. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Tony Kanaan side by side for 6th. Kanaan made the repair there on the engine cowling that last lap. It sent him back in the field, but he's moving up.
Oh, look, teammates are going by. That's Marco on the low side. Is that a good move? No, he said, I don't think I want to pass Ryan right now.
Here comes Newgarden in the dark blue car when he was racing with Ryan a few laps ago.
Oh, here comes Ed Carpenter. He
flying.
Good. Right, he loved that change they made to that car. He just had to endure one bad stint.
216 miles an hour for Ed Carpenter, the fastest lap of the race. And he moves to the high side of Scott Dixon to maybe take the lead. And he does. Oh, man.
Dario's coming on the low side.
We've had 10 leaders and 18 lead changes so far. Dixon back to the front.
I think Scott can get away with that a few more laps being on the low side, but I think eventually it just really hurts the tires. I think Carpenter's got the good line right now.
Carpenter's best finish so far this year has been 8th. He did that on the oval at Milwaukee and on the oval at Iowa. And, of course, we remember that he ran so well during the Indianapolis 500.
Whoa, that was a squeeze, sorry, Bob, between Sato and Alex Tagliani. That was a very close moment.
And now happened right ahead of Ryan.
That's because Sato is driving that line kind of like with the Indy style line where he's going down to the 8, down the line, and then trying to unwind coming off the corner. And that's right where Tagliani is in that position.
Good battle for the lead. Good battle for fourth.
Oh, look out. See Tagliani.
And if Tag takes that line away, he'll get the spot. But he's got to stay there. And Carpenter pulls it off.
Good side-by-side racing up front and for fourth.
If he continues to let Sato drift up that racetrack, he's going to be hard to pass.
Interesting, Tony Kanaan, who was leading, look at this. He's not racing now. Something didn't work on whatever change they made to Tony Kanaan. Now he is not nearly as fast as he was when he was leading for so long.
Kanaan back in 7th.
There goes Dixon low.
Lead changes, official lead changes, only at the line.
You got room to move.
And that is the 20th lead change of the race. Simon Pagenaud. Here maybe making a pit stop. There he is on pit lane, yeah.
Okay, switch off.
Doesn't look good.
Going over towards where the cooling would be. We had reports of that earlier. And as you said, Wally, he was able to stay in the tail end of the lead lap. He did get the wave around, but obviously now mechanical woes for Pagenaud.
Graham Rahal, Tony Kanaan, Joseph Newgarden.
It just looks like Dixon is better in 3 and 4, and Carpenter is better in 1 and 2.
Ryan still running 6, still 1 point behind in the championship.
Check out Tagliani here. Tagliani's got 3rd. Or had 3rd.
And Carpenter back in the lead. He was leading this race back at 109, where they made that air pressure adjustments, which made that car very tight. Since then, the last 2 stops, they took that air pressure back to where it was, but they've also been adding a lot of wing to the front end of that car. They added wing on 2 different stops. Finally, that car coming back to life. Ed Carpenter pretty happy. Marty?
Well, Chris
Carpenter pretty happy. Marty?
Well, Chris, about still going on. We talked about Willpower running his 12 laps. After that, he walked in here up the steps and has been sitting on the couch ever since. Imagine how helpless he feels. Nothing he can do about the championship except sit in there and watch us and tell him how good or bad Ryan Hunter-Reay is doing. Back with plenty more from Fontana Championship. Still not decided. All that to come here on NBC Sports Network.
coverage brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, applications, and data. And the Barracuda car, driven by Alex Tagliani, is out front. He passed Ed Carpenter and has taken the lead, but a few laps before he got the lead, he had a real close moment when he was racing with Ed Carpenter.
Sato
Carpenter now moves to, drops to third as Sato goes to second. Now here is the close moment for Tagliani.
Looking outside.
Carpenter saying, nope, I'm not giving up this easy.
Tag, he's kind of taken off here, hasn't he? All right, here's what we're talking about.
Tag takes a peek to the outside, and Carpenter just moves him up a little bit, just squeezed him. But, man, that one, it doesn't get much closer than that.
Tagliani, that did not deter him. He was brave, and when he took the lead, he did it on the outside.
This is the battle for seventh between Tony Kanaan and Graham Rahal.
Yeah, who brushed the wall earlier.
Yes. And Tony Kanaan led handily, and as I mentioned, obviously the tires, the changes, whatever happened on the pit stop, he can't wait. He only has one pit stop left, and they need to get that one right. We know he lost time because they had to tape down the engine cover, but now he just doesn't have that race pace that he had when he was a leader.
Celio Castroneves behind Kanaan in ninth. There are now 10 cars on the lead lap.
He had to get out of it.
Yeah, big time.
Coming in here.
Ryan Briscoe's caution put some cars back on the lead lap.
By the way, they are in the window. If somebody was really struggling, you could pit now. It would be your final stop.
Well, that's a long time on tires.
No, I don't. I'm just saying that if we happen to see somebody dive in, just advance notice that you're still would be good to go.
Joseph Newgarden 6 laps down. Meanwhile, back up front, Sato and Carpenter continue to battle for second as Alex Tagliani leads his 5th race this year. He's led at Indianapolis, Texas, Edmonton, Baltimore, and here tonight.
And he really felt like his season started in Indianapolis when they got the Honda power. They haven't had great results, but they've had pretty good, consistent results in the second half of the season. And he really thinks they're building towards something good next year. He's not officially signed for next year, but Brian Herta has told me that's the plan. They expect to re-sign Tag. Alex says he has had a couple of other inquiries, but this is where he wants to be, and he expects to get something wrapped up pretty soon, which has not normally been the norm in his career, to have something done shortly after the end of the season. Make it pretty easy, and he'll probably get a few more calls if he can hang on a win tonight.
And Kevin, what's so interesting is the top 3 cars right now are all single car entries. Because there's been so much talk about how you have to have multiple car entries. The biggest movers, of course, are one of those would be Takuma Sato and Alex Tagliani. Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, not a single car entry. The 4 cars that Andretti runs, they feel they get so much more data. But tonight, those who don't have any teammates are doing great.
Hey, Jan, Honda had asked the Honda teams, what can we do to get you guys better next year to compete with Chevrolet, race in and race out? They said, let's make all the 1-car teams 2-car teams. That would really help us. So I think that's the effort right now. Who are we going to match up here and have 2-car teams? And like I said, Ray Hall's first seat's going to be taken by his son, Graham. Sato's still in the market for the second seat. Ed Carpenter might merge and have Tony Kanaan as a teammate. And Tag, who knows who it might end up there.
And we saw a merger earlier in the year between Panther Racing and Brian Reinbold, making J.R. Hildebrand and Oriol Servia teammates. Servia, by the way, is running 20th. He's 12 laps down. Not been a good race for him. James Hinchcliffe goes another lap down. He's in 15th. Here comes Carpenter around Hinch.
Sato lost a lot of ground there. He must have had to jump out of the throttle somewhere. Frank Keaty right behind him in 4th spot.
More left front weight is more rear right height, so just remember that if bottoming is an issue at any point.
Hunter's still, I think, the fastest car on the track.
Ryan Hunter-Reay running 6th. He needs to get ahead of Scott Dixon, and Dixon is way up ahead of him.
He's 4 seconds behind Scott Dixon right now.
And he may get some pressure from behind yet. This is not going to be an easy run for Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, Tony Kanaan is closing the gap between him and Hunter-Reay.
And Tony Kanaan, as we mentioned a couple times, he will be highly motivated because he wants to get by Ryan Hunter-Reay for that overall championship. I have a feeling that Tony Kanaan is not going to be too racy until the next stop. They need to undo whatever change they made, and then he may be on fire.
Yeah, those 12 laps that Power ran could be the difference.
Laps are counting down, just 35 laps to go, and this one still, the championship still very much undecided. Welcome back to the Mavtv 500, presented by Lucas Oil from Fontana, California. Next week, college football Saturday kicks off on NBC. It all starts in prime time when Denard Robinson and the Wolverines head to South Bend to battle the Irish. Then at 10:30, it's a Mountain West showdown when Nevada takes on Hawaii right here on the NBC Sports Network. Marco Andretti is on pit lane. He was in 10th position, the last car on the lead lap. This will be his final pit stop, or could be.
Bob, they've been taking this early strategy all day long. You see them pull a damper off there, trying to get the car to cool a little bit better. It's been a problem for all the Andretti cars today. Extremely loose for Marco. They also took some front wing out for tires.
With 30 laps to go, we'll be seeing more pit stops here in the next few laps. Alex Tagliani continues to lead this race. Ed Carpenter and Tagliani have been battling for the lead, and here's what happened a few laps ago.
This is the save of the day right here. Watch Carpenter go in. He gets a little bit loose. He saves it, chases it all the way up the racetrack in the dirt.
Oh,
just barely into the wall, but I'm telling you what, he was all over that thing. Great save.
And remember that had he touched the wall, had he lost and dropped back behind Hunter-Reay, and you see the points as they run, that would have put Hunter-Reay back in the lead, but he saved it, so that could play in the championship.
Elio on pit lane.
And Bob, this could be a critical stop for the championship. Elio Castroneves at the end of that last run asked where Ryan Hunter-Reay was, and they have problems getting the filler out of the fuel filler neck area. He asked where Ryan Hunter-Reay was. They asked for adjustments on this stop. He knows he needs to pass that 28 to give his teammate even a little bit more cushion.
Tony Kanaan making his final stop. He lights him up a little bit as he comes in. He was leading going into the last pit stop, but they had to make sure that engine cowling was going to stay attached, so they dropped back to 7th, and he has not been able to make up the spots. Wow. And they put the car back up. They wanted to change the front wing. They lost a couple of costly seconds there in pit lane, Chris.
Well, Takuma Sato running second. Bobby Rahal told us earlier that he was very happy with that car. Well, once he was running around Ed Carpenter, he said the car got a little bit tight, so an air pressure adjustment on this stop. Also, Ed Carpenter in. That car was very tight early on. After all the changes, that car now a little bit loose down in turn 1.
Graham Rahal will make a stop. And they're laid out for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Meanwhile, Tagliani gives up the lead. Barracuda Networks car from Brian Herta Racing.
And we've seen some big changes. Tony Kanaan, they put like a turn and a half or 2 turns of front wing. We'll see what they do with Tagliani because his car looked great.
Here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay. His final pit stop of the season might be the biggest pit stop of his life. He still has to pick up a spot on track to try to do it here with a good in and out lap. They have had some issues. They are still concerned now about water temperature. They had fans on standby. They wanted to try to cool in the 5 or 6 seconds they had. They did nothing, so let's watch how Hunter-Reay cycles back out. Nobody coming down the main straightaway. Ryan Hunter-Reay. Marty?
Dario Franchitti comes slowly down pit road. Actually, Scott Dixon, his teammate, that's who you're looking at right now, coming down pit road to you, Kevin.
So Dixon pitting out of second place. Dario Franchitti, his teammate, is pitting in front of him, so we'll watch who gets out first. They came down at the same time. Dixon was going to pull a shutter to add some front wing as well, and also adjusting the weight tracker. And they're going to race back to the line, and it looks like Dario is going to beat him back out on the track.
Yeah, Franchitti will beat him out. They take a turn out of the front wing. Again, car still too loose, getting into the corner for Dario Franchitti. We'll see if they stayed in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
25 laps to go as Tagliani and Sato battle for the lead. Sato trying to go to the inside of Alex.
And they're done stopping today, so whatever you have after that last pit stop, that's all you're going to be able to work with. You can see Ed Carpenter behind.
Carpenter made up a lot of ground on these guys somewhere because he was in the walls just a few laps ago, and now he's only, he's not even a second behind the leaders.
Right there.
Well, he had an awesome pit stop. They've had good stops all night, but his last one was under 7 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, that made all the difference right there, Robin, because he's back in the game.
You guys, can you imagine being Will Power? You know, he's back there watching us saying, guys, please just don't wreck. Don't wreck. Just stay in front of the 28 car.
At the moment, Ryan Hunter-Reay is still one position shy of a championship. He is 1 point behind in sixth. He needs to move to fifth.
There goes Sato. And Sato's car seemed to be a lot better after they made the pit stops.
Whoa! Wow. That was a crossover. Ryan Briscoe was trying to pit. At the same time, he was closing in.
Carpenter down on the bottom.
Way on the low side.
He's going to be right behind you now.
Takes the spot. There he goes. Wow. To the front.
You do a tank slapper, you go up, you hit the wall, you say, no, I think I'm okay, I touched the wall, but we're good, and then you have a pit stop, and you take the lead.
Yeah.
That's strong. Now, Bob, I don't want to jinx him. Remember, we saw him last night at dinner, and he said to you, Bob, for your final race on the air, what I would like for you to say is, Ed Carpenter brings it home.
I'm thinking about that, too. Yellow.
Oh,
Tagliani.
and that's the position. He was ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
That's the spot.
That is the spot that he needed.
Alex, I'm so sorry, dude. Holy cow.
Wow.
Ryan Hunter-Reay should cycle then to the virtual lead of the championship, and now he has to keep cars behind.
Ryan Hunter-Reay leads by a single point in the championship.
We're going to win this thing.
21 long laps, though, guys.
Yeah.
And he's got Tony Kanaan behind him, who took a turn and a half of front wing. They changed the car dramatically. It was a gamble. Let's see what happens.
The guy that Ryan Hunter was really angry at just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
May just
Sonoma.
Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah. Well, look who's behind him. Kanaan is behind. That's a battle for the Oval Championship and maybe for the overall championship now. I have a feeling it may come down to this.
Hey, Jan, remember this.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt Tony Kanaan's feelings and knock Michael Andretti out of a championship either, would it?
No, and he wants to win the Oval Championship. He has very high motivation to get by Ryan Hunter-Reay, and I think he's going to have a shot because they changed the car so dramatically.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be the right choice, but they went for it.
And guys, to add to all of this, I think what's going to happen is there's so few cars on the lead lap, you're going to have some cars who pit and some who don't. So some of them are going to be back there with fresh tires trying to run up through the field. This is going to be a barn burner till the end.
Well, I will tell you,
We're going to need you to hold on to your position.
there shouldn't be any pitting, though, Marty, because they've made their last stops.
I know for a fact Elio Castroneves is coming down pit road, and I think Marco Andretti is coming down pit road as well. And the thought being, Jan, the tire fall-off is so big.
Yeah.
Even 3 or 4 laps of a run, why not put on fresh rubber?
You don't need fuel, but you might want to have fresh tires.
They are at the tail end of the lead lap. The last 2 cars on the lead lap, Andretti and Castroneves.
And there's 19 to go, means they're inside the window. So if there are lap cars, they will pull them out of the way. So if someone doesn't pit, it won't mix it up because we just ticked under that 20-lap window when they run people through pit lane. Yes, that's a very good point. We get so tuned into they don't need to stop because they don't need fuel, but these races have been about tires.
Well, it's a heartbreaking moment for Alex Tagliani because he had a potential winner under him tonight until things went wrong. There's your leader, Ed Carpenter.
I have a thought.
Yes?
I picked Ed Carpenter to win. I almost pat myself on the back. At 20,
Not yet.
should have bet on him.
Not yet.
But remember this. Takuma Sato has never won a race. And this is the last race of the season, and he doesn't have a ride yet next year. You think he's going to go for it?
Yeah. That's Wade Cunningham, the third car in line there. He will be taken out. He is 4 laps down in 16th position. And again, he substituted for Mike Conway, who vacated the seat, saying he didn't want to compete on ovals anymore. And as Marty said, Andretti and Castroneves are making pit stops.
And why not, guys? They're going to get the fresh rubber on. His question is, will Marco actually really pass Ryan Hunter-Reay on the racetrack? See them approach the pit stall very slowly. John Erickson and Elio Castroneves did have a lengthy conversation about whether or not he thought Elio could pass Ryan Hunter-Reay the way he was. Elio said, not the way I am. So that's why they decided to come down for the changes and the 4 fresh tires. Let's see how this plays out.
Now, of course, the leaders did not. So we're going to have pretty interesting running here of some cars on new tires. The leaders are on worn.
No way Marco's going to pass Ryan Hunter-Reay.
No, well, we know that.
I mean, that's not going to happen.
No. Castroneves, though, will be all over that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's different.
Kevin.
Alex, so sorry to talk to you in this situation. It looked like you were on your way to your second win. Engine blew.
Yeah, but you know, there's nothing we could do. I mean, I'm so proud of the Barracuda racing team and our partner Bowers and Wilkins helped us during the season, and since we changed with Honda, it was a game changer for us. So I'm still very thankful. I would race with Honda any given day, and this is just, you know, like a way to prove that we can beat anyone out there. So I'm looking forward for 2013.
Could anybody have caught you?
Without the problem, no, we were gone.
All right. Well, good start with the pace. We'll look forward to seeing you back next year. That's Alex Tagliani.
Had a string of 5 top 5 finishes going. 10th at Toronto, 5th at Edmonton, 10th at Mid-Ohio, 9th at Sonoma, and 8th at Baltimore. It's over for Alex tonight. 17 laps to go. Carpenter leads over Sato, Franchitti, Dixon, and Hunter-Reay.
So Castroneves is in 8th. Oh, wait, he just cycles down now to 9th with new tires. And Hunter-Reay in 5th. He'll be coming, and we know Tony Kanaan is also highly motivated. Very interesting, because new tires are worth a lot.
Okay, 1 to go at the line. 1 to go at the line. This is it, man.
Just want to say thanks to everybody who has communicated with me in the past couple of weeks, including John Andretti. Got a text from him today, and he's always been one of my favorite people. John, thanks, and maybe you guys are going to have a championship here tonight.
Michael Andretti is telling Ryan Hunter-Reay, you have to hold your position. You're in 5th right now. We have the championship if we finish here. He said, I don't know if Tony Kanaan is going to help us right behind. I think I can answer that. I'm pretty sure he's not going to. He's going for that spot. But he said, you have to drive your heart out here. And there you're hearing him on the communication with Hunter-Reay.
Well, he did at Baltimore, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the cards for Ryan Hunter-Reay tonight. Gets rid of a tear off and gets set for the restart. 15 laps to go when they get to green.
Holding. Picking up slow. Real slow.
All right, this could be the final restart of the race. Pace being set by Ed Carpenter. Here we go. Green flag waves. Franchitti moves to the high side of Takuma Sato and takes second place. And look at Ryan Hunter-Reay coming on the high side.
Wow.
Oh,
but Kanon's going to get the spot. Kanon's going to get by him.
Great three-wide battle involving the championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Well, if I was Hunter-Reay, I'd make that thing as wide as I could get it.
Point separation is 3 now. Ryan by 3 in the championship. He's in 4th. 14 laps to go.
Look at Sato on the high side.
He is pedaling it for everything it's worth.
He goes to the high side of Sato. Meanwhile, up front of battle is Franchitti and Carpenter are side by side, and Franchitti takes the lead.
Now Marco surely will stay behind.
Marco's in a good spot now to help Hunter-Reay. He can make it very difficult for anybody to get by him to help to get to Hunter-Reay.
That's right.
Carpenter took a very wide exit there.
And now Ryan Hunter-Reay closes in on Carpenter.
Marco's going to just shadow him.
That was tight between Sato and Marco. Here comes Kanon. He has a little momentum, so there goes your blocker. And Castro Neves here. He's now in the back of the picture. Those new tires didn't help Castro Neves nearly as much as you would expect.
Side by side.
Marco's back past Kanon, so he's back in a position to help.
Oh, Hunter-Reay had to get out of the gas there. Cost him a little bit of time.
Comes Marco up once again, dropping in right behind his teammate. 10 laps to go.
He's going to shadow him. He's trying to protect from behind.
Gets the spot back. Hunter-Reay to 3rd spot.
Wow. Willpower can only sit in the hauler looking at what's happening on the racetrack.
And look at him lined up behind. But when he needed to, didn't he?
Oh, and a crash. Tony Kanaan. With less than 10 laps to go.
Should be time for...
You okay?
I would think there's time for a shootout. They should be able to take care of this quickly.
Oh, man. The Matro safety team quickly on the scene. Kanaan had a great race, led 47 laps tonight.
Lap one. Red flag.
All right, they want to be certain that they don't run short of laps. There is no rules on the books for green, white, checkered. So Bo Barfield has decided to go red to be certain that they have enough laps for a shootout.
I can go for this. I don't like the green, white, checkered because it...
So they're going to red flag it here, and we're going to have to do a restart. You're P3 right now. If you finish there, we still got this thing locked up. It's going to be you, Sato, Marco, Dixon.
Green, white, checkered means you go over the scheduled distance of the race. I don't like that. This is okay because we'll still only go 500 miles.
I don't think Michael likes that.
No.
I was thinking they would have had enough time to do a quick cleanup and still have maybe 3 or 4 laps. But this way you will have 9, correct?
Pace car, follow the pace car.
Actually, by the time you pit, it'll be 8.
Shutting it off. Yes, we will be.
Tony Kanaan bringing out our 6th caution flag of the evening. It's on the high side of the racetrack.
See the wiggle.
Yep, just steps out.
That thing looked like it wiggled to the right before it went to the left.
Just stay focused. We got one more restart coming. You can do this.
Which, if that's the case, I would have said something failing on it.
Let's go down to Kevin with Michael.
Well, Michael, I don't know that we've seen a red flag. This isn't green-white checkers, but this is a new wrinkle. What do you think?
Yeah, it's changing. He's changing the rules in the middle of the game. I don't know. Understand what he's doing. It's just it's disappointing, but we're just gonna have to do what we got to do.
You've, I think, had some concerns about oil temperature, water temperature, cooling. Does shutting the car down here and starting it up again cause any concern?
It should help it, actually.
Yeah. Restart of his life here coming up, right?
This is it.
You may not work on the car. You cannot touch it other than plugging in an auxiliary battery, so they can't make any changes.
All right, we're going to take our final break before the checkered flag comes out to end this thing. Red flag condition on the racetrack so that they will have some laps to race to the finish and to determine the champion of this year's Izod IndyCar Series. The Mavtv 500, presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Mavtv, American Real, by Honda, an official vehicle of the Izod IndyCar Series, and by Verizon, official wireless partner of the Izod IndyCar Series. Well, welcome back, and don't go anywhere because we still have a lot of drama to play out here. The situation is the red flag is out as they're cleaning up the Tony Kanaan crash. Ryan Hunter-Reay currently running third and is 6 points ahead in the championship.
And I can speak to what Ryan Hunter-Reay is feeling right now. I had this once, not in IndyCar, but in Indy Lights.
Yep. They're telling me there's only a minute until we go green. So you know, work on that.
Final race in the championship. There was a red flag. I sat on pit road. I was in the position I needed to win the championship. Paul Tracy was right behind me. It is the most nervous I've ever been in my career at any time at speed because you can't do anything. You're sitting there. You look in the mirror. You know, I have to keep these positions. Your heart just pounds out of your chest.
Wow.
Right now, as this race says, he has a 6-point lead over Will Power. So, wow. Now they're starting motors right now.
The two cars in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay are Ed Carpenter and Dario Franchitti, the leader of the race, and the cars are being refired. 8 laps to go. They're going to take 1 lap under caution and then the green with 6 to go.
You got to get that fan in there.
This has been just an unbelievable evening. Will Power going in as the points leader, hoping to make the 3rd time the charm, and he could walk away with the championship tonight. But this is what happened early in the race for Will Power. Lap 57.
Lost it, made the heavy contact in the same location where so many people have had trouble in the heat. I doubt Will Power would have had that trouble had he been able to hang on it until nighttime.
Boy, Hunter-Reay just dodged a bullet there. Can he dodge one more? Got 6 more laps.
There is Becky Gordon, Ryan Hunter-Reay's wife. So onto the track they go once again. Michael Andretti has to sweat out 6 laps of competition here.
Now, Michael said he's changing the rules. This has been discussed. This isn't a surprise. This has been talked about, that there could be an eventuality of going red instead of green-white checkered. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, you gotta please the race fan, and they do like to see a green finish. But again, this is the way it should be done, in my opinion. 1 to go at the line now. Elio back in.
Might as well get tires, right?
Yep. He's 7th. He and Rahal are the last 2 cars on the lead lap.
Although there's not going to be enough laps to do much with that.
Yeah.
2, 1. Hit your mark. Hit your mark. Okay, that's Sato behind you.
But that takes, I think, one other strong car away to challenge for Ryan Hunter-Reay. I think that Castro Neves will be too far back.
How many laps do these guys have on their tires right now?
Checking.
They all pitted around 224, I believe.
Well, it could be a bigger difference than you think, number 1. Number 2, sometimes these tires react a little bit different when you stop and cool them down and put a heat cycle on them. So it could change the characteristics, the way these cars handle. So, we'll see.
Pace car is in. Here comes the field down for what could be the final restart. Green flag is out. Carpenter chasing Franchitti to the first turn.
Not so sure about that move.
Andretti may have jumped the gun on that one.
Yeah, Marco seemed like he was way ahead.
Hunter-Reay maintains 3rd down the backstretch, but he's got a lot of cars charging up toward him.
Sato and Dixon.
Dixon down low, Sato up high. Meanwhile, Franchitti holds off Carpenter for the lead.
Marco looks like he gave those spots back. For now.
26 is under review on the restart. Marco Andretti. Now there are 5 laps to go.
Look, Carpenter going way high. Here comes Dixon. Now, Hunter-Reay could give this position up to Dixon and still be okay.
That's right, yes. He can give up a position.
Closing, working the bottom. Closing, coming inside.
All right.
Inside.
That's the last one he could give up.
Yeah. 4 to go.
Go. Remember, we only have to finish 5th.
That's right.
Now, he's still good at 5th.
Andretti is going to get a drive-through penalty for jumping the start.
So Michael is reminding him that he could still be fine in 5th, so he doesn't even have to worry that much about Sato.
If I was Marco, I don't know if I'd come in.
They stopped scoring you, so.
Well, who cares? If you're going to help your teammate win a championship, I'd stay out there and stay in these guys' way.
3 laps to go. 6 miles of racing to decide the championship for 2012.
So Graham Rahal is the person he has to worry about. Again, this will not cost him the championship if he lets Sato go by, or if he can't hold him off, I should say.
Sato way down to the bottom of the racetrack, sliding up to the middle.
All right, so
he passes him.
2 laps to go.
It is a 1-point margin. He cannot lose another position, or the championship will be Will Powers, and he retakes the position from Sato, at least momentarily. 2 laps to go.
These guys running side by side. He's going to let Rahal catch him if they're not careful.
And here comes Castro Neves on the new tires. It took him a long time to catch back up, but he's coming.
Franchitti has about a 1/10 of a second advantage.
Castro Neves is flying. Those tires are working, so it's Castro Neves. Look at him on the high side.
But only one more lap to go as the white flag comes out.
Can Castro Neves do it in the meantime? Who's going to win this thing?
Great battle up front. And here's the...
Oh, no! Catching him good sideways.
Sato in the wall, and the race will end under caution, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to win the championship.
Wow.
And Ed Carpenter is ahead of Franchitti. Ed Carpenter will come off of quarter number 4, and he is going to win the Mavtv IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil, while Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion for 2012. The same situation as in Indianapolis. Sato crashes on the last lap, not in contention for the win, but a major player. And Michael Andretti's team wins it.
They can still hear me. Thanks for staying with us all week.
I don't know who's really more, you or Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Well, it was just a great race to end my career on. Wow.
Michael, you told me in Baltimore 2 weeks ago we're going to win this thing.
That was awesome.
Your guy just did it.
He did it, man. He did a great job. Total team effort. Everybody, DHL, Sundrop, thank you, everybody. I mean, it just, he just did a hell of a job there in the end. When he needs to step it up, he steps it up, and he got us his championship. Really proud of him.
It obviously helped with willpower going into the wall, but how good of a look did you have of how close Ryan came to getting collected in that spin?
I had a real good look. It was a bit scary. So this is a game of inches, and we got away with it. So we're happy.
You had 2 goals this weekend. Re-sign Ryan, win a championship. How you feeling right now?
It was really an unbelievable weekend. You know, we got the pole, won the race with Ryan. I mean, won the championship. I mean, not won the race, but won the championship race with Ryan. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Did all they had to do, a 3rd place, make that a 4th place finish for Ryan Hunter-Reay, gives Michael Andretti his 4th championship as a car owner.
It gives Ed Carpenter his 2nd win in the Eyes on IndyCar Series, and it gives an American the series title, the first since 2006 with Sam Hornish. You can't script him much better than that.
No. And you know, Ed Carpenter and Bobby made the call. He told you last night, that's the way I want you to end your career, and that was the call.
It was.
That was fantastic.
Wow.
I don't know if I can. 25. Keep coming down.
Robbie Gordon's sister, Ryan Hunter-Reay's wife, Becky. Kevin.
Becky, how are you feeling right now? I cannot imagine the emotions up and down throughout this race, throughout this season. Your husband is a champion.
I said it on IndyCar 36 that he was. So he went into the season with the mentality I've never seen before. And sorry, I'm crying, but it's amazing.
Think about how far he's come. You were with him when he was rideless in 2006, part of 2007. He's found a home, and now he's got something no one could ever take away.
He got what he deserves.
Congratulations. Becky Gordon.
Well, looks like Marty Snyder, you're right in the thick of things down there.
Well, I think Ryan Hunter-Reay is sitting in the car just kind of having a moment. Crew members coming up to him, and banging on the car. I think he just wants to collect himself after what has been an intense, crazy day for Ryan Hunter-Reay, knowing he probably didn't have a car to finish 6th or better for much of this race, and then figuring out he could finish 5th or better at the end of it, and that's what he did. He stepped it up when he needed to. That's what Michael Andretti said. Crew around. His father-in-law steps in, Robbie Gordon's father. Ryan, you're the champion. You can get out whenever you want, bud. Tons of photographers, lots of pictures. And ladies and gentlemen, your 2012 IndyCar champion, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Celebrating, of course, with Sundrop. Coming out of the car, Ryan. We'll talk to you more in a bit, but we want to get a couple words with you and grab the emotion of the moment. You're pounding on the car that wasn't probably good enough to win this championship all night long. How in the world did you get that done?
I have no idea. That's the team effort right there. We were struggling all weekend. I didn't want to let anybody really know about it that much. We were really in the woods. This hasn't sunk in yet. I just drove 500 miles like it was for my life. I cannot believe we're IndyCar champions. I can't even believe this. DHL, Sundrop, Circle K, Chevrolet, the fans, IndyCar, my dreams come true. This is unbelievable.
Let's go through this race. The red flag, you can climb out of the car real quick. The red flag, were you thinking, oh no, another restart, and that's exactly what you didn't want, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to get set in a rhythm because I knew when we got in a rhythm it was a little bit better. But boy, that red flag got the nerves going. Sitting in pit lane, I knew the tires would take a heat cycle and that would slide around a bit more. Everybody raced tough, but they raced clean. And my God, I didn't think we had it all. For the first half of the race, and we just kept making it better and better and better. Michael did a great job on the radio. Guys did an awesome job in the pits. This hasn't sunk in yet because I'm full of adrenaline.
The wreck with Will, how close was that?
I don't know. He was right next to me, and I saw him lose it. So I bet it was pretty close, but I have no idea. I haven't seen yet. You tell me.
It was close.
It was close?
Too close, yeah.
Right, yeah. He was joking around. He'd take me out if I was next to him. He almost did.
2 years ago, my friend, you were driving a show car out there. Did you ever think this moment would be possible again when you were doing that?
Absolutely not. But, man, put a lot of hard work in, and we got the right group of people surrounding us. And, Will Power's done an excellent job. I want to say that he is...
There's the moment with Michael Andretti, the big hug. His wife Becky here as well. How about that? That's the class of a champion. Congratulating the guy he beat, Will Power. A lot more celebration coming up with Ryan Hunter-Reay, but Chris Neville's in the midst of some celebration as well. Chris.
Yeah, Marty, let's not forget we've also got a race winner here tonight, Ed Carpenter, coming away with a big win. His best finishes this year were 8th on the 2 ovals, Milwaukee and Iowa. Comes away with a big win for his own team. Got a kiss from his wife just a little while ago. Oh, and another kiss with his wife. Heather, work our way around the car here. It's crowded down here in Victory Lane. Ed, amazing run there. You were working on the car. You were trying to adjust it in, especially that last 150 laps. It finally came to you. But that race with Dario was just amazing.
Yeah, Dario's the best to race with. We were really good early, kind of struggled through the middle, and then the team made great adjustments on the fuzzy car late, and we got dialed back in. So this is for our friend Bob Braden, Ethan, Rachel back home. I told you I was going to do it for you.
You had that wild save down in turn 1. You got right up next to the wall, but no damage on the car.
Yeah, Tag was racing me hard, and I was kind of mad at myself after that because I didn't need to race him that hard. I knew I was better than him. Luckily, I saved it and didn't have any damage, and came back to fight for a win.
When you were chasing down Dario for that pass for the win there, it sounded like he had to lift out of the throttle. Did you notice that?
Well, I wasn't sure if I was going to get another chance after the initial restart because I got a good run. They kind of pulled away, but he just kept protecting the bottom, and I was rolling momentum around the top and just timed it perfect.
You were so strong right around lap 100. The team kind of adjusted you out of the race, but it took 3 or 4 times to get in. You never lost focus.
We were trying to make it better the whole race, and we went too far, putting grip in it, and I had understeer, and Matt here did a great job getting it back.
Great win for this team.
Ed Carpenter is the 54th driver in 101 years of competition to win a full distance 500-mile IndyCar race. Well, we got a lot more to come here. We got to crown the champion for the series. A lot more coming up. Stay with us here on the NBC Sports Network. Welcome back to IndyCar Central on the NBC Sports Network, presented by Verizon. It's been an American night. It's great to see drivers from all over the world, the best in the world, competing in this series. But tonight, we had an American winner in Ed Carpenter, an American champion in Ryan Hunter-Reay. Incredible number of photographers and fans down there with Ryan Hunter-Reay and his Andretti Autosport car after just an incredible evening of racing.
And as hard as it must have been, Will Power made his way out through the crowd to be sure to congratulate Ryan Hunter-Reay on the championship.
Yep. And here is the visit that Will Power paid to Ryan Hunter-Reay in the championship area. Good to see great sportsmanship. Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, wins, but Will Power was out of the race early on, but it was not necessarily an easy championship for Ryan Hunter-Reay as he had to battle to the very end to ensure himself of the title. A lot of hugs, a lot of high fives. Well, the final point standings in the 2012 series. Ryan Hunter-Reay, a 3-point champion over Will Power. Scott Dixon finishes in 3rd position, moving up 1. Elio down 1. Pagano and Briscoe stay the same. Dario Franchitti moves up 2 in the point standings to 7th. Hinchcliffe down 1. Kanaan down 1. And Graham Rahal finishes 10th in this year's points battle. In the second 10, we have J.R. Hildebrand, who led the most. No, he didn't. He led 56 laps tonight, but finishes 11th in the championship. Rubens Barrichello dropped out. He finishes 12th. Serbia 13th. Sato up 2 to 14th. Great race for him. Tough weekend for Justin Wilson all around. Marco Andretti, the pole sitter tonight, finishes 16th in the point standings. Alex Tagliani, also a heartbreaking evening with a mechanical problem after leading many laps. Carpenter, the winner of tonight's race, moved up 4 in the point standings to secure himself an 18th place finish. Charlie Kimball down 1 in 19th, and E.J. Viso finished in 20th spot. So there you are. The championship presentation is being set up, and we'll be back for it as Ryan Hunter-Reay poses with the American flag. He's the champion of the series.
Back in Fontana, Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion. Will Power is had to watch the second half of that race, and I can't imagine how helpless the feeling was being in there and just watching it and not having any say in how the race played out.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely times there where it looked hopeful, but you know, full credit to my guys to get the car out, and we do those 12 laps, gave us a couple of points. You know, at the end of the day, Hunter-Reay is definitely a deserving champion, a real fighter, and probably as far as all-round drivers go, one of the best in the series because, you know, he wins at each discipline. So if I look back on the season again, once again, the ovals, 3 crashes on 3 of the ovals this year. That's massive hits in the points, and 3 years winning the road course championship quite convincingly. So it's obvious very obvious where I lack.
Well, before we get to that, let's take a step back in this race. We stood at the hospital. You said, no way we're getting back in. Talk about your guys and just the effort. I counted 20 guys working on that car to get you back in the race. How impressive was that to you as a driver?
That was, you see how hard those boys worked. That was a great effort considering how hard we hit the wall and to be out. Probably 45 minutes later. Full credit to them, and I feel bad for them to lose another championship 3 years in a row, man. I feel because they're all the guys that have been in my car the last 3 years, and they put in a tremendous effort. I feel bad for Penske Racing.
But were you honestly in there thinking, this might happen, this might come together?
I did. I was, yeah. You never give up hope. I was thinking, anything's possible in IndyCar. Anything can happen.
So in the off-season, you mentioned this is where you need to get better. Will the ovals be the focus on how to improve the 12-car program for next year?
Yeah, it's just interesting because we're not slow, and we're not. I just can't put my finger on why. It's not like we're slow or the same thing happens every time. I just don't know why on the ovals I'm jinxed. You get involved in someone's accident or I don't know what you do. Where do you look to be better at that? You become massively conservative or you become really aggressive. It's hard.
Well, credit to Will Power. He went straight to Ryan Hunter-Reay's celebration. Give him congratulations, Will Power, second in the championship this year, Bob.
Once again, finishes second in the point standings, and here are the results of tonight's race. Ed Carpenter had led a total of 63 laps in his entire career coming into tonight's race. He led 62 tonight on his way to his second career victory. Takuma Sato finished in 7th position, crashing on the last lap. There you have a look at the rest of the finishers in tonight's race. And we will now begin the championship presentation when we return here to Auto Club Speedway. The race has been won. The season has been concluded. Ed Carpenter wins the race here tonight. Ryan Hunter-Reay is the series champion for 2012. He's making his way along with Michael Andretti to the stage, but we have other awards to give out. We go to the stage and Kevin Lee.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome to the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series Championship Celebration. We are on the house mic here at Auto Club Speedway. We invite everyone to come on down and join us in the celebration here in the infield. We're going to hear from the champion car owner, and much more coming up here in just the next few minutes. My name is Kevin Lee from the NBC Sports Network. We are still live on television tonight. We thank you for joining us throughout the season. What a fantastic season we had. 15 races, 15 good races, and a championship that went down to the final lap. Let's get things started here. We're going to first recognize our manufacturer champion, and that's Chevrolet, back in IndyCar competition with 11 wins this season. This is Randy Bernard, the CEO of IndyCar. Randy, first of all, nice season, and secondly, it's good to have engine competition back, right?
It was great to see engine competition back, and it was such an honor to see it right back here at the IZOD IndyCar Series and see them fight it out so well, and we had just a great year, and what a great finish to that year.
We want to also welcome up Jim Campbell now to the stage. He is the U.S. Vice President of Performance Vehicles and Motorsports for Chevrolet. Jim Campbell, and Chevrolet certainly has a rich history in IndyCar racing. Gaston Chevrolet won the 1920 Indianapolis 500. His brothers were involved, won a couple. It's great to have Chevy back in IndyCar. I'm going to guess this was the plan, come back and win a championship.
It is great to be back in IndyCar. I have to give a lot of credit to the teams. Our teams that we have on our Chevy team, awesome job. Great partnership with Ilmore and our Chevy powertrain engineers to develop this Chevy direct-injected twin-turbo V6. It's a winner. 11 wins out of 15 races, and we're so proud to be here to accept this trophy.
All right, let's present the trophy now. Randy, do the honors for Jim. And come on out, we'll get some pictures. You guys come out in front, and I'll get out of the way.
On behalf of the IZOD IndyCar Series, we'd like to present you with the Manufacturers Award, and please take this back to all the employees back in Detroit and wish them a big congratulations for a spectacular performance this year.
Randy, thank you very much. This is for all the Chevy fans, all the Chevy teams. That's a winner. We love it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. We've got much more to come. The champion is coming up here in just a moment. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Michael Andretti. Stay with us. More of the IZOD IndyCar Series Championship celebration coming up.
Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California. The Mavtv 500 IndyCar World Championship has been decided. Ed Carpenter wins the race. Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion. We are presenting awards. Just before we talk to Ryan Hunter-Reay, we go back down to the stage. Here again is Kevin Lee.
All right, thank you, Bob. Our championship celebration continues here in Fontana, just east of Los Angeles, and we're going to get set to hear from the champion and the car owner in just a moment. But I want to bring up one of the people very important in the world of the IZOD IndyCar Series. From IZOD, this is our friend Mike Kelly. He is the Executive Vice President of Marketing for PVH Corporation. Mike, it's great to have you up here with us again. What a championship race we just saw.
Unbelievable championship race. This is just an incredible sport, incredible competition, and to see an American win the championship has got to be good for the country right now.
Fun race, fun series this season. How much did you enjoy watching what I think we all agree was better racing this year?
We enjoy every inch of this sport, and the new cars, the new program, the engine manufacturers, what they brought to it, just unbelievable competition this year. And between Will and Ryan in these last races, you can't write it. You can't write it like this.
It's great to have IZOD on board. We're going to have you back up here in just a few minutes. That's Mike Kelly from PVH. Let's have the championship-winning owner now. He's done it as a driver. He's done it now 4 times as an owner. Michael Andretti. Wow.
Wow is the word. It was just an incredible day. You know, it wasn't going so good right at the start there. We were struggling a little bit, and then we saw Will have his unfortunate accident, and we knew it was open from there that we needed to get the job done, and it was a lot of hard work. I mean, Ryan did a hell of a job. The whole team did, getting the car better and better throughout the race, and we had enough there in the end to get it done, and just so proud of everybody here with the DHL Sundrop team.
Making up 37 points in 2 races isn't supposed to happen, right?
No, it's not, but we lost that many in 2 races, so we knew it could be done, and we did it.
And the good thing about this, we talked about it on television, but we're in the house now. You announced this morning that you've got your guy locked up for another couple of years.
There's a lot more to come. That's all I can tell you. You know, I think this team is still building and getting better and better, and I think we're going to be even stronger next year.
All right, I'm going to keep you up here, and let's bring up that champion driver now, along with Randy Bernard. Randy, come on back, and we also want Ryan Hunter-Reay. First, Ryan Hunter-Reay comes on up, and we want to talk to the champion here in front of the crowd. And we'll have Randy and Michael up here again. This is the trophy, the Astor Cup. It's over 100 years old. Ryan, what do you think about what has happened here in the last couple of weeks? We talked yesterday. We thought maybe the season championship race might be over after what happened in Sonoma, but you did what you had to do.
Oh, man, did we do what we had to do. I cannot even believe this. It hasn't sunk in. We just raced 500 miles, but we got the championship for Andretti Autosport, DHL, Sundrop, Circle K, Chevrolet. Man, this is a dream come true. And thank you to all the fans for coming out tonight. Like I said, it hasn't sunk in.
So it's one thing, Will Power going out early. He came back and picked up a few more points, but that was far from getting the job done. You guys still had to make up a lot of spots. How worried were you midway through this race, even when you were running around 8th or 9th?
There were a lot of good cars out there tonight, and to put that together was really tough.
Good sponsor placement there. Hold up that Sundrop bottle for us there. One of the sponsors, along with DHL, that made their program happen. Just talked with Michael as well. You guys accomplished everything. I know the last few days have probably been pretty difficult as you went through a big decision about your future. Looks like you might have made a pretty good decision.
Oh, this is the right place to be, absolutely. And this team, I can't say enough about it. This is a total team effort. This whole championship came down to all the cars that we have, the drivers, Marco, James, and Sebastian coming in there today. I mean, a total team effort. We struggled with setup. We put it all together, and we went out there and performed and brought it home when we needed to. We won the championship by 1 point, but man, did we have to fight for it.
Are you ready for a big check?
Oh my! No, I'm not ready. I can't even believe this has happened yet. I'm still soaking this whole thing in.
Believe it, he's come a long way when he's looking for a ride back in 2006, 2007. He's got one now. Randy, come on back up, along with Mike Kelly from IZOD and PVH. The American flag draped over the Astor Cup. Michael, come on out in the middle. We want you in the picture. Come on out. Come in the picture. Come to the front of the stage, guys. Walk right up to the front. $1 million is the prize for winning the IZOD IndyCar Series 2012 championship, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is a champion. He and Michael will talk soon about how to divvy up that check. We want to thank everyone for supporting IndyCar. Thanks for coming out. It's great to be back at Fontana. And thank you so much for watching this season on the NBC Sports Network. We cannot wait for 2013. Bob, back upstairs to you.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Great job down there. And the $1 million check is in Ryan Hunter-Reay and Michael Andretti's hands, now officially ending this incredible 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series. We will come back to Auto Club Speedway and wrap things up for the year in just a moment. Well, the picture-taking continues down on the stage as Ryan Hunter-Reay celebrates his championship of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series, winning the title by just 3 points. And there was another championship, so to speak, at stake tonight. The Oval Track Championship, the A.J. Foy Trophy, goes to Ryan Hunter-Reay. He beat Tony Kanaan by 20 points, Dixon by 24, and Elio by 25. Hinchcliffe fifth in the A.J. Foy Trophy Championship standings, 30 behind the winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. So a big night for Ryan Hunter-Reay, big night for Americans. Let's relive the last lap of this race. Now, we will show you that Ed Carpenter was able to get around Dario Franchitti in turn number 2, actually down the backstretch, heading into turn number 3 is when Ed was able to complete the pass to take the lead. But just after that incident, that pass, there was an incident involving Takuma Sato. You see that the leaders, Carpenter and Franchitti, right ahead of them. And as they entered turn number 1, reminiscent of the Indianapolis 500 as he was battling with Ryan Hunter-Reay, Takuma Sato visited the safer barrier in turn number 1. And let's take a look at what happened. Like the back end just snapped on him and into the safer barrier. He did go to the infield medical center. He has been checked and he has been released. So no injury. This is the angle from Ryan Hunter-Reay's perspective. Ryan, of course, involved in a couple of close incidents tonight. Takuma Sato one earlier when Will Power hit the wall. Ryan Hunter-Reay was right there and almost got taken out. So how do you top that, guys? I mean,
you
really,
don't.
yeah.
You know, I mean, I was excited about this race because the way the drivers were explaining how these cars were and how slippery it was, I knew it was going to be a great race. I don't think we could have had a better race tonight. That was a lot of fun to watch and call.
It was a little bit of everything, and it was ebb and flow. It wasn't until the last lap that we knew what happened. But, you know, when a championship is going to happen, things go your way. You think about those 2 close calls for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Either one of those could have knocked him out, and he would have been gonzo.
But, of course, Will Power had the lead and just needed to keep the car planted and couldn't do it for year 3.
And the third year in a row that this has happened, coming in with a shot at the championship, and the last 3 years, he's ended up failing to win and finishing in second position. Where's the streak going to end?
He hopes next year.
Yeah. Well, it's been an absolutely wonderful season. We have enjoyed tremendously being with you for all of our races, and we hope you enjoyed also being with us for this incredibly competitive and exciting championship season. You know, it takes a group of hardworking and dedicated people to bring you the pictures and sounds of these races. And at this last event of the year, we want to say a sincere thanks to all of you who have made it possible, and also thanks to the drivers, owners, crew members, and IndyCar officials who make our jobs so enjoyable. Congratulations once again to Andretti Autosport and Ryan Hunter-Reay for winning the championship in a very competitive and exciting season. Now for the time has come for me to say for the final time, for Jan Beekes, Wally Dallenbach, Marty Snyder, Kevin Lee, Robin Miller, and Chris Neville, I'm Bob Jenkins, thanking all of you fans for making the last 34 years a dream come true for me, and hoping in the future that your troubles will all be small ones and your fortunes 10 times 10. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
The NBC Sports Network thanks you for watching this presentation of the IZOD IndyCar Series.